Alrighty, everybody. Welcome in here. Apologies for the notable delay here. We've gotten, we believe, all of our rules intact, and we are here for our tournament here on Cracked Media in partnership with Championship here for the Lost Fog EU Dead by Daylight tournament. I'm Colonel. Joining me today is Blast Masters, and we may have had a bit of a delay, Blast, but you excited to try and get things rolling here to start our day off?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both these teams here, Tap Tap and Durandal, really solid lineups. We've already seen some really fun, like, these players are here, they want to have fun, they're excited to play, and that always leads to the best kind of matches, no matter what game we're playing. Both these teams are really ready to go. Everybody who has shown up tonight here at Let's Fog is ready to go, and we're gonna hop straight in, I believe. Yeah, it's Tap Tap starting on Killer with the Blight. As we mentioned off cam, both teams, it seems, have agreed to a Blight mirror. Currently already 2 injures, still 5 gens on the board. Proxer is trying to change that, sticking that first generator. Is Jack Frost stuck in the chase with Tap Tap, who's gonna get that first down. First point on the board for Tap Tap.
And yeah, we'll have Tap Tap here trying to get this opening point here again, obviously on these hooks. For anyone who may not be familiar with our exact ruling, get a point for gens and a point for escapes for the survivors, and a point for hook and point for kill for the killer side. So we'll see our first hook of the game here. First hook done, as we'll get the Blight going to patrol the gens. We do have more of a gen focused Blight build here. Turn back the clock, Eruption, Call of Brian. So we'll see if he can try and control that a little bit more into this mid game here as Proxer Killer in the area looking for the save on this Jake, but for the moment we'll see him backing away, trying to just get back onto this loop here. Blight going into the rushes, has the stacks up, won't quite get the hit though, is able to break the pallet.
Yeah, Blight just such an incredibly powerful, like, we don't, anybody who knows anything about Dead by Daylight, we don't need to explain how strong Blight is. All he really needs, all Tap Tap really needed to run were these, like, gen slowdown, gen progression stop, anything to force Durandal to spend as much time locked in a room with him as possible, just patrolling Jack Frost's hook, already approaching that second hook state. We do see Rai is getting some good progress on the second generator for Team Durandal already. However, this first player already down. If Tap Tap can keep the pressure on, we're seeing an unhook attempt. Will get it. Oh my god! I don't think that Durandal realized that Jack Frost actually ate endurance hit there. I think Silly Lily could have given it a bit more of a run than she expected.
Yeah, looks like just made a little bit of an error. I assume he was trying to just double hit the Meg there, but like you mentioned, gonna end up getting a bit of a whiff hit there. Doesn't get the bleed onto Jack Frost or the down onto Silly Lily quite in time, but for the moment, we'll see that simple trade come through. Silly Lily goes on to Hook. Proxer Killer getting looked at in chase here. Turn back the clock, ready to be used. 2 gens done. Quick ball comes through. This is gonna be Proxer Killer in chase. Can't quite get that connection on it there, as we'll hold on for the moment. Proxer Killer is running with that live build, so is able to get some nice bonuses there for him, as we'll see Silly Lily still sat on the hook for a moment. Blight trying to get some bounces, but just has to let the rush cancel, try and get those stacks back. Obviously doesn't want to lose this hook too quickly, as we'll start chasing on to Rye for the moment here on a balanced landing unbreakable build, I believe, so could be a bit dangerous to go for a slug here. Dodges away from that firecracker.
Oh
Hook
my
comes
God.
through, and it will be the hit onto Rye. I believe Deliverance coming out there from Silly Lily to get themselves off the hook. 2 gens done. Jack Frost halfway done with the team's 3rd gen. So again, a nice game so far. Currently 2-2 in terms of the score. As we'll see Manu trying to hide around here, trying to play onto this pallet. Once the quick mind game should be able to get the hit here, and indeed he will get the down.
Manu finds it, and despite how well, honestly, Durandal's playing this. Whole lot of wounds on deck. They're in a pretty scary spot. With Blight, this could turn, especially once this hook goes through, this could turn into a very awkward situation with a single misplay. Or a single misplay, but Durandal playing this great. On it, 3 gens done. Jack Frost looking at a 4th here. There we go. We're down to a single generator left for Team Durandal before they can start opening those doors. And that's 2 players down. Manu gonna get the hook on the Silly Lily, and now Proxer and Jack Frost finishing up these generators with 2 people is one thing. You see Jack Frost go for a plot twist play here for the heal. Self down to just hang out for a bit. Manu, scope of the scene. The downside of having all this gen regression, it is going to force as much time through the trial as possible and make the trial as long as possible. But Manu doesn't really have any like scouting, any info perks, nothing to really hone in on exactly where the survivors are. Of course, Blight's okay with that because Blight can cover the entire map in like, you know, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's less of a problem than with other killers, but it still is a factor. Rye is off hook. Jack Frost all healed up thanks to that plot twist. Silly Lily is going to go down. It looks like we're gonna try for a save. Missed. That whiff does mean that Silly Lily's back on her feet. She's gonna tank that endurance hit. She's out of there. Jack Frost will take a hit. The whole team's injured, but the important thing is that everybody's alive. And there's only 1 generator left. What a last second save here.
And yeah, we
Silly Lily is gonna
we get the quick
caught.
down here on Silly Lily. Is this
But
gonna
that's
be the
time. This is
death
time
here
Manu
for the
has to
Meg?
spend going for the hook.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not going to find this gen pop, though. They're just going for the quick reset here. Ryan Proxer get healed back up, of course, but it is going to be an insta-find on Proxer. He's going to get tagged. This is the one player that hasn't been hooked, so it's a nice find here in terms of the survivor side. This is who you want to get found if somebody is trying to clear out this edge map again with Jack Frost injured. Would love to try and find that second hook onto the Yoichi, but for the moment, the gen's going to be pretty hard to break through. Blight gave up quite a decent bit of the map. Suff Pit is a very large map, but you see this 3 gen, this one over there, the one currently marked with Eruption, isn't the most safe, or isn't the closest, but turn back the clock here, we'll get the tag, Eruption getting ready, so again, should be in a really good spot to try and secure this game for Blight. We'll have Jack Frost getting tagged up here. Yoichi with that Dead Hard will be able to keep himself stable for the moment as Blight trying to rotate back around, but again, wants to focus on these gens. He can't let this 3 gen get broken. He is going to commit, come over here, check this far gen. Hasn't been touched much, but there is scratch marks in the area, so he's going to try and find whoever quite get Proxer, but still in the area of him. Can't get too far from a Blight. Like you mentioned, just so much movement here, as we'll see it. Proxer pop this live. He's just gonna try and get back into the shack side of the map. Blight, I would expect him to just go back to his gens here. Yeah, that'll be the play. He just can't lose one of these gens. That's his only loss condition, so should be in a really healthy spot to try and just keep playing this palette with Yoichi.
Yeah, and that's the awkward situation about being in, even getting down to this one gen scenario with a Blight. We saw Proxer playing a great kind of tempting, like, hey, come catch me style of chase there. But Manu isn't going to fall for it. Keeping an eye on each of those generators. Will find a hit on Rai. It's another player wounded. One more tag. Rai will be going on a second hook. Opportunity for Proxer and Jack to make some time. Proxer's gonna get hit as well. Everybody's injured. Everybody is one tag away from death. Where's Jack Frost buying some extra time for that Dead Heart to come back, trying to get rid of that exhaustion.
Yeah, we'll see Yoichi head back inside here, trying to get this mind game on the window. Blight just gonna let the rush run its course here. Yoichi gonna get on through, trying to get back here. But again, it's just a game of gens for this Blight. This isn't a situation where he needs to commit to one of these chases and needs to get an urgent down, especially if he can catch Jack Frost out here soon. He knows these gens are all still regressing, so he doesn't have a problem committing to this chase here for an extra moment. If he finds it down here on Jack Frost, going for the deep play around this pallet, tries to get onto the mind game, another balance across the far side. Just gonna break the pallet at this point. Yoichi in a bit of a dead zone right now. Be too much more for him to go. Looks like he's just gonna run into the edge map here, try and stall as much time as possible while Rai and Proxer try and ready themselves to continue the gens. He just pure corners, goes for the quick point. Eruption is going to pop here, but we're just going to slug this Yoichi in the far corner here because we don't know what this gen progress is at. So he's going to leave Yoichi in the far corner. He's going to come back over here. Should actually find this rush hit if he can get the good flick. Indeed, he does. Rai will get tagged down injured. And again, we're just going to head straight back to this gen because we can't let it pop. The one way that he can lose this game is letting this far gen get popped. So he's going to keep an eye on it here. It's one down, one injured, one healthy, one dead. One person in every state other than on a hook. So a really, really good position. Again, this 3-gen likely going to be the downfall of these survivors.
You know, man, who's playing this perfectly. Got such a lock on these generators. Trying to keep an eye. Proxer. Heal up Rai. Not giving peace for long. Manu's here. Nice pallet stun. Give a little bit of distance, but you can only make so much distance against. Oh my god, Proxer actually managed to, during that chase, run all the way over, and Jack Frost back on his feet. Is really, really big for Durandal. Needed this third player back to really make any kind of concerted effort towards these generators. Nice tag.
And yeah, that's one of the notable things. Rai is playing self-care, so anytime they get tagged on the cross map, they can just take some time and heal themselves back up here to try and re-ready things on their hands. But we'll see for the moment here. Blight just trying to stay caught up here, this main building. Still some pallets in the area. You saw the one drop. There's a couple more still standing on these outside flanks, but we're going to get a long run, trying to curve around to Jack Frost and gets a beautiful flick. Gets the quick wall hug there as Jack Frost injured out again here. So we'll see that Yoichi not too much to work with right now. Dead Hard, Deja Vu, the two current perks in the build of value. As we'll get back onto Rai, gets the hit on this pallet, but again, Rai, with the self-care, if they need to, can just send him across the map over to this shack side, burn that self-care, but don't seem to be too surprising here to get two players heading towards shack for the reset. But we find Proxer Killer here in this corner. We're gonna get the down, so a bit dangerous here as this Jake is gonna get thrown on hook.
Two players currently out of commission. Now, turn back the clock to just any progress that Durandal are managing to stick out, just draining away. Blight,
Eruption, Colubrine, these gens are just getting torn. Every time they come for one of these resets, those gens are just bleeding out whatever progress they manage to get here. Is again, it's a gen control build, right? This is what he's designed his build to do. Get a 3-gen and hold it in the end game. Eruption, call it, turn back the clock, Colubrine, all supporting it, and this is a really tough spot here as the Blight will find Jack Frost, going for the mind game here, trying to get around this, but the rushes will get burned out as Yoichi does have the Blight cross map right now, so it is going to be a bit of a concern if the Blight stays over here for too long, which is why he has no intention of doing so. The unhook comes through, and we're headed straight back. Proxer Killer runs through the Blight here. I wouldn't be too surprised if he wants to just commit to this, but at the same time, with Rai missing, not going to be a bad target either. rotate on over for the Blight. Just gonna be looking around. I mean, again, he just has no reason not to patrol these generators. He doesn't want to commit to anything too heavily right now. He's gonna come look for this reset, but again, his entire game plan is get it down, occasionally get a hook where we can get it. But like this pallet going down, we're just slowly burning the resources on the map while not losing the generators. So it's still very favored for Manu, but can't really commit to this Jake for too long here, but would definitely love to find a quick hit. Does find it on that nice wall hug. As Prox are gonna get injured, and we're just gonna go straight back over to our gens.
Look on the prowl. Playing well to keep out of vision here. Like, even the slightest bit of progress.
Yeah, it's just another reset over here for the side of Jack Frost and Proxer Killer. Again, Rai, with that self-care, can pick himself up whenever he gets injured. Did burn the not the Unbreakable, that was the Yoichi earlier who got slugged and healed up, but Botany for this side of the Zarina. We're not going to get this tag here for Blight. In the rushes right now, trying to find the right flick here, and they will be able to get it here. Rai gets hugged on that wall. Just going to try and get back across the map here, but Blight should be able to find this down if he can get his rushes stacked back up. Wants to commit to it, doesn't seem to be too heavily attached, so we'll get back onto patrolling our gens, can make sure everything gets back down to 0. Rai, once again, just gonna self-care back up here, very convenient on it, can't quite find the flick here. Jack Frost doing a nice job here. This pallet, though, it's been here a little bit too long, been abused a few too many times, so we'll break it while Yoichi makes just a bit of distance. Again, Dead Hard overcome, so still has some tools to try and help out here, but once we get this first hit, we'll see as Jack Frost trying to get away. Jake working with Central Gen right now. Might not be immediately expected as first tag comes through onto Jack Frost, but again, we're just coming straight back over to the gens, and we are going to check this middle one, so Proxer has to run away here. Could get caught by the stacks of rush here, as it's a nice low play here by the side of Proxer, hides right around, as he will be able to escape the current stacks of rushes, but again, for Manu here, not really a problem. We're just going to go hit the gen, see if we can find Proxer Killer again, so we should see, we'll go for the rush here, tries to sit in the corner there, but will get the wall bounce, gets the hit onto Proxer, he'll pop his Lithe, and see if he can get out of here. We do have the Yoichi in the area to try and take a hit, and the vault comes through.
Oh my
but
God.
we do find Proxer hiding in the corner. That's going to be the second hook on him if we do commit to it. But with this gen getting worked on, we're happy to come pressure a little bit. Would love to see if he can maybe just triple slug here if he can find a hit on Jack Frost. But the hiding is good enough for Yoichi. I'm sure he'll just hook the Jake at this point, but we'll see.
Maybe a second hook on to Proxer. Jack Frost trying to get any progress here. Manu definitely hears that gen going off. You have to make some distance. A bit of a deadlock, but leaning a bit towards Manu here. A big opportunity. Immediately, Proxer's off that hook. Adorno really can't afford another mistake like that.
Burns to turn back the clock here to keep this gen pressured. We have this trying to get away here for the moment. It looks like Jake trying to just tank this hit for the moment. Maybe have a bit of endurance left over there, but we'll see the focus on Rai. We get that tag, see Jack Frost back on a gen here. It's about a quarter of the way done. Again, still plenty of charges left from it completing, but we'll see it be turned onto by the Blight, trying to get around here, and we do find the hit. Nicely turned once again onto Jack Frost. Everybody injured, 2 on Proxer. Hookwise, Jack Frost and Rai both still only the 1 against them. Survivors, 4 gens done currently. Have earned themselves 4 points. Of course, the Blight with his 6 hooks and a kill will net him into the 7th point right now. Very aggressive hit there on the vault, but we do get the vault off, break the pallet here. Again, Yoichi, 1 more pallet left right now here. The Blight, some stone here is we'll get a Blight rush going through. 1-2, tries to go for the flick, but won't get it sharp enough, so Yoichi able to get behind the pallet, throw it down for safety as we continue the loop here. while Rai or Proxer have reset. They are healthy. They're back on the map, so have to be a little bit careful of these gens while we commit to this chase, and we get the hit through the pallet. That'll be Jack Frost's second down, but again, look at the gen progress here. It's just not at the percent that we need it to be anywhere near threatening, still under maybe 10% there. We'll have the quick heal. Jake trying to get Jack Frost back on their feet. Would be nice to deny this hook, but with the Blight back in the area, he knows his gens aren't at pressure to pop, so maybe not going to be quite in time. Jake still in the area, will get tagged down here. Jack Frost still on the ground. Looks like we're committing to a slug here for the Blight. Wants to get this Jake downed ASAP, try and turn that tempo. Again, the Unbreakable on Zarina, so these are not going to be the best players to be down right now, but we'll get the heal coming through. Zarina moves over, gets Jack Frost back on their feet, but if Proxer Killer goes down here, this is going to be a death for the Jake if he gets hooked, so could be very, very dangerous once Manu turns it into a 1v2. Proxer doing everything he can to stay on his feet. We'll go into the rush here, trying to get the turn. Bounces once, but we will not be able to hide behind the bin. Proxer goes down. We are going to pick up, so we want this kill, and again, you see the gen progress Jack Frost is on right now. It's halfway, it's not horrible, but considering how long they've been trying to get one gen done, it's just not enough here, so we'll see that next kill going through. Jack Frost hiding out a bit, is able to avoid the Blight sight for a moment, but get back over to the gen here, trying to connect onto the Zarina for the moment. Can't find the hit immediately, but again, just shouldn't matter too much.
It shouldn't, especially two deaths on the board. It just feels like a matter of time here. Nice tag on a Rai, cutting that corner. Just 2 more hits. Manu just gotta line it up. So we're seeing a bit of self-care from Rai. Using that med kit. Yeah, I gotta finish it up with self-care, as slow as that is.
And yeah, we'll get Yoichi moving over as well. They'll just reset here, but again, with the gen slowly regressing and with the current progress, they're going to need a really good chase here to get it. Again, with the other notable problem being this, we find him on the reset, and I think they're just accepting their loss here. They know there's nothing to do. They're going to take it here. Jack Frost arrived, both going to go down, and we are going to have a relatively clean 4K here coming out from Manu. It will, of course, the 4 gens completed, so the survivors not leaving the match with nothing, but it's again definitely a very killer-sided result here. So we'll see it arrive. We'll see Jack Frost get finished up and taken out, but very nicely done here for the Blight. Unbreakable. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a good effort. You know what? Why not?
Just like that, Manu will get the full everybody wiped lineup there. Believe that puts Team Tap Tap in the lead here. 4 generators, some very, very strong work from Durandal, but just Blight being such an overwhelming presence. Not gonna leave them much opportunity to close that one out. But we'll be switching sides here. Gonna be Durandal's turn.
And yeah, again, I mean, like you mentioned, right, the 4 gens isn't nothing, right? There's definitely a world that we see not like less gens getting completed, depending a little bit on, of course, what we end up seeing for this Blight build, for some of the strategy going into it, in terms of what we're going to see, in terms of, are we going to try and play the same game where we go for just this super strict 3 gen, defend it, go for the same score. Again, I believe fresh hooks is the main tiebreaker there, so curious to see if we get to the point where those are going to be relevant and we get into that tiebreaker. Other than that, obviously, there's a chance we see the survivors play a cleaner game, get the 5th gen completed, maybe get a player or 2 out. Blight maybe could do the same, play a cleaner game, get all of those points from all 4 kills with only 3 gens completed, which would of course give them the point lead of 1. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what we are going to get in terms of that for the moment, but we'll have to wait and see for the moment here. We're getting the GGs are getting thrown out in the chat. Could just be the GGs for that first game, but obviously we'll wait for any type of update that we can get in terms of the second lobby. But what do you think, Blast? We're game 1 in. Obviously, again, a bit of a delay to get things started, but definitely a bit of an interesting one. It looked a bit survivor-sided with how many gens they were getting done earlier, but that 3 gen just ended up being a little bit too nasty to get through.
Yeah, again, they started off super strong, had a great look, but it once that Blight really gets into its groove, once he just has that area to patrol, he can patrol the entire map, but once he only has to look at a specific spot, it's just the beginning of the end, it feels like. And this is when we saw Manu had a bit of a slow start, got that early kill, and from there just bled Durandal dry over time.
And yeah, definitely a little bit unfortunate there. Again, not the ending to the match I think they wanted. They ended up getting that last gen to about half. If they maybe added up all the progress they got over that time, they would have had it done. But again, the gen regression build is what it is, right? Turn back the clock, Call of Brine, the eruption as well. Very strong build in terms of doing exactly what we saw, patrolling these few gens, keeping them regressed while we take the right chases. Again, a lot of times that he had no problem with them going across the map to reset because he's able to take that better gen control and slow it down. But for the moment, we're going to send things over to a little bit of a break while we try and get our next match sorted up and set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back hopefully before all too long here with our next game here in this Dead by Daylight tournament. Again, thank you all for joining us so far throughout the day. Apologies again for the delays we had throughout the stream. Game 1 in the books here in favor of this tap killer Blight. We'll be back here with our second game in a bit. Alrighty, we are back here. We did get an update. Our quarterfinal has already completed itself. Tap Tap defeated Durandal and moved on to the semifinals. But we're going to hop things across the bracket here to our other semifinals. See a pair of new teams. We have Artemis going up against Vale here in our other semifinal. We'll wish the best of luck to the other teams, of course, playing across where you do have the side of Tap Tap playing up against Illusion. But here on this top half of the bracket, we have Artemis going up against Vale here as we get ready to go here for our next set of the day here in our first game.
Yep, hopping straight back into the groove. These players are ready and excited here. I feel like the semifinals starting to play for keeps here. Got Artemis. Yeah, Artemis on Dredge. I love Dredge so much. Artemis on the Dredge up against Vale. Thing very, very reliant on these lockers, but honestly, the academy here has so many that this is not a bad Dredge map at all. Currently has Isan trapped in Looker trying to catch him with that clone, but good mind game. Dredge in a bit of a slow state before building up Nightfall. Oh no, it's not Isan. Ooh, gotta get that tag onto Zuzu.
And yeah, it's a nice bit of damage here, as again, taking a peek just at this Dredge build to get an eye is going to be Pop, Eruption, Sloppy, and Corrupt. So a bit more of this early game pressure. We'll see the Vault come through. Dredge going to cancel out the power here, but it's nicely done here by the side of Zuzu. Is going to be able to keep mind gaming on this pallet. Just has to break it. It's such a strong pallet that it will just get shattered out. As we'll see the continued chase here for the Dredge, just trying to stay on to this tempo here. Nia going to head into the bathrooms here, as we'll see if they have anything to work with. Gonna go on into this side room. Should just get caught here. Not too much more to go. Is just gonna get down here. Nice down, but again, look at the gen pressure. Isan done with a gen at about 2/3, and Dagger and Yoriichi doubling up this other gen here. So definitely getting some nice value here for the moment. As Zuzu will get on hook. We'll get some gen blocking here as for the moment. We'll try and break out the gens here. Pop is gonna get used. Eruption readied up on this gen as well, was being doubled previously, as we do have a pretty strong window here being used by one of the survivors. Dagger, though, sees the Dredge trying to use power, so just going to go for a bit of distance here, trying to stay on this loop, putting down another anchor, but the David just going to sprint over to the window. It's a nice play by Dagger. Zuzu going to get rescued as well, but in the Nightfall, we are just going to jump across the map, trying to get back on it here. I'd imagine Zuzu Gantari Tunnel is going to be the target. Isan going to tank a hit up for the team, but indeed, we are looking for this Nia, but we go downstairs trying to get this play. We do catch him perfectly. The pallet drop comes through, and Zuzu gets taken out. God pallet dropped, and we get the hit through it. That is beautiful work by Matt on this Dredge.
Absolutely stead. That's what I like to see. Let's go, Dredge. The faster teleport speed during Nightfall, the complete undetectable at all times, which really helps you sneak in him. He got that free hit onto Isan for it. Wait, that was like trying to wait out interruption. Yeah.
Yep.
Get that proc stacked with the Pop Goes the Weasel. Sloppy Butcher's making it so that any tag that he does find will stick around longer. So the unhook gonna go down. Trying to call him out.
And yeah, again, Nia, not too strong of a chase build here, so it is a pretty decent person for this Dredge to get out of the game. So a bit of a weaker target, I suppose. We'll see if they can get anything. Zuzu with the Urban. Can try and hide out for a little bit here. David in the area to heal, but clear out some of these rooms on this Dredge, and we are gonna locate Zuzu. Gonna go for the mind game. Teleport anchor gonna get thrown down here. Pallet dropped as David in the area, not even gonna he's just gonna go for the super body block as Zuzu trying to run away. Gen 1 completed. Yoriichi gonna get this second one popped out here. Should be 2 gens done, while Nia doesn't have much support left aside from what they can do themselves here. Window gonna be used here. Gonna double vault into it. Doesn't have too much. It goes back across as David in the area still. We could just body block. Yeah, we're gonna tank the down here for David. Dagger would much rather go on the hook than Zuzu, but the problem, we don't get any meaningful distance here. This should just should be a double down. I can't imagine Zuzu able to get anything. They go across the pallet, stall every second that they can, but it should be Zuzu and Dagger going on the hook here. But at the very least, a minor benefit back into this. They are getting a decent bit of gen pressure here. They can pop this third gen, and Yoriichi is going to be able to pick up Dagger, so they aren't going to get as punished as hard as for this as they could have. But again, on a map like this, for a character like Dredge, this could be a very dangerous endgame if he can't get some good gen control going. But again, all of these players haven't been hooked yet, so Dagger, Isan, and Yoriichi need to try and get some work done here.
Absolutely. Solid mobility thanks to those lockers. Ooh, Nightfall is up. Gonna have faster TPs. Faster channel for that clone. Just run straight out of the classroom. Not even going to risk it. Matt catching up. No Paladin here. That's a down. Like I said, Yoriichi just sticking this generator. Already got it about halfway. Nightfall is over.
Yeah, one of the potential benefits here, again, getting your gens popped here is never going to be nice. We're never going to be happy to see something like this for the survivors. But again, Dagger, Isan, and Yoriichi all have 0 hooks, with of course the exception of Dagger being on hook right now for his first. So they have a decent bit of game time that they can allow to stall through. But every single time this Blight gets a hook, we're going to get more pops. We're going to get more eruption procs. Sloppy is going to keep these heals slow, so these resets aren't going to be super quick. Like you see Dagger, whenever we hop on him on spectate, still has that mangled, so has some of those negative debuffs against him, as Yoriichi does get located and is going to be in chase here, regardless of if he gets downed, is surely going to get hit at least once here, likely on this staircase, because again, this very, very strong pallet is already down from the kill on Zuzu, and unfortunately for Dagger, he walks right into the crossfire. But this gen halfway done, the Blight has bigger things to do than chase that David. Again, it's the same situation we see in a lot of these comp DBD games. You have to defend your last couple of gens with your life, but we find David on the teleport. Maybe a bit of greed by Dagger staying in the same area, maybe just didn't have time to leave, but we are going to take the chase into the courtyard. We have this strong double pallet corner, but you see for the moment here, he's going to tank the stun on the first one. David, though, not much room to go here in this back corner, has the other pallet to work with, but we're holding up a teleport for the Dredge for the moment here. Is going to reset another teleport, trying to chase around. It is going to be the down here on Dagger. Nicely done for the Blight here. David goes back onto the ground. We are going to come back over here, try and harass this gen out a little bit. We'd love to down this Yoriichi here on this Blight, but again, looks like we're going to focus on the gen a little bit more. As actually, no, we're just going to continue this here. We dropped down to Isan on this Ace. Drop a teleport anchor outside the window and try and get on to him. Vaults the window, teleports back, gets the down. So we have 2 slugged right now. 3 slugged right now. Do we have any unbreakable? I'm not sure if we do or don't. If we could try and spectate through our survivors. If we don't have an unbreakable, the game's just over right now on the spot. And indeed, no unbreakable. The game's just over.
Yeah, that's... Dredge is so reliant on Nightfall for just the extra mix from the undetectable, how much faster his TPs are, and like you said, the teleport anchors. Once that Nightfall hits, if you're in a sour spot, it can just lead to a very quick situation like this, where every surviving member of Vale get picked off one by one. Matt gonna come back for his prize, Dagger, waiting back in that corner. And that'll be a super solid start for Artemis. They've only got to finish 4 generators. Take the lead here. They have their win con established. Now,
yeah, definitely.
celebratory teleports.
He's got nothing else to do. He's gonna dance around the map a little bit. Make sure nobody's lurking down here. Make sure his chest is still closed up. Is again nicely done here for this Dredge. Very explosive mid game there after tunneling Zuzu out very efficiently. So well done for Matt here on this Dredge. Not a character like you mentioned we maybe see all too often, right? I know a personal favorite of yours being one of the characters you prefer, but definitely interesting to see. They go the Dredge, they get on a nice map and play a pretty clean game.
Absolutely, and I think that Midwich, I believe, that academy map is
Yeah.
the Silent Hill School is such a good map for Dredge. Like that was just phenomenal, like killer map cohesion. I'm very interested to see what killer Zeal end up going with in return, whether or not they're going to also go some kind of like strong map killer combo or just go for another generally powerful killer. Like I said, we saw that Blight last time, and that might be common, but it's common because it works. Like Blight's popular because he's effective. Um Not entirely sure because from what I understand, there's no killer bans, so we could see a Blight, we could see a Nurse, we could see some of the strongest members of that killer lineup just come to wreck shop like they did in game one. Um, it really is just up to the teams about where we end up going with this. I'm sure that Zeal's very excited to get back into it. Artemis, rest of Artemis watching Matt go to work. They've got a nice chill game plan established. They understand what they need to do when they need to do it. Just 4 generators is a very obtainable goal. You know, like that's something to strive for.
And yeah, I mean, again, right? You think of maybe the game plan we saw in our one half of the quarterfinal, where we were playing for the Blight and we're playing for that 3 gen. We just can't do that, right? We just quite literally can't do that because if we go to 3 gens, we're probably going to lose the game, right? Or if we go to the 3 gen, 4 gens get completed, we're just behind. Even if we get all of the kills, we're going to be behind in points, and so definitely have to be a little bit careful with what we're doing here in terms of the strategy for the second side. As for the moment, we shouldn't be too long. Again, just need to make sure we can get that lobby up and get things ready to go. For the moment, we're going to send things back to a break. Should be shorter than the last one between the quarterfinal and the semifinal. We'll send things off here for just a minute or two. We'll be back here with our second game here soon. Alrighty, we are back and ready to go here. Apologies, we did get some updates. We were a little bit mal-informed going into that set. That was Artemis versus Exiled in the quarterfinals in their first game. So that was game one of that quarterfinal matchup. We should be getting ready to go into the second game of that quarterfinal right now between Artemis and Exiled. There was a misinput with a bracket somewhere, and that match was resulted and scored before it had even been played. So apologies for that minor error. We should be ready to go, getting things ready for the second half of that matchup here in just a moment.
Yeah, once we're all good, housekeeping's up, streams are up. We will be hopping straight in to the game.
And yeah, we'll wait and see what we get
Okay.
into here in a moment once we get going. Again, pretty good grudge game from the start, right? We saw the
Oh yeah.
full flawless kill wise, saw everybody take their death, and only that triad of gens completed. I know you're pretty happy to see the dredge get a pretty nice result. We'll see what we're in for this second half of the round. As again, definitely could be quite a bit. I know there have been a lot of rule changes, not some. There's been a lot of rule changes here in the middle of the tournament, which is a little bit unfortunate in terms of consistency, but in terms of Dead by Daylight, we're still just playing the same game as always. So maybe we get some different killers, different perks, different maps, or whatever in terms of choosing those. But at the end of the day, every game of Dead by Daylight is the same 1v4 that we have been used to for the last decade of Dead by Daylight gaming. So definitely very nice to get things back underway
When's
here.
my
Once we get
2v8
in a
tournament?
moment, yes, when are we
Real
getting the Chaos
competitive.
Shuffle, Lights Out, Halloween Void, 10th
You
anniversary
joke,
banquet
but
tables?
that'd be awesome. Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll wait and see for a moment here. Is having some technical difficulties trying to get things ready to up here for the moment. Apologies.
Just take a look at info here. All right. Give me some bets.
There we
We're
go.
opening now. What are we? Our feeds are
There
up.
we go.
What killer we seeing?
I
Hit me,
have no
Colonel.
idea what we're ready for. I know some of the teams agreed to. There was a lot of gentlemen's agreements,
Myers.
especially in the quarterfinals for mirrors. So it wouldn't surprise me if we're heading into another dredge game potentially. Because again, I know that was something a couple of the teams were interested in because they just wanted to get the game going, right? They just want to play the game that we're
Oh yeah.
all here to play, and so they didn't want to wait for some of the bureaucratic stuff behind the scenes to get solved out. So some of the teams agreed to mirror. So I think if I had to bet on something, I would put my first bet on Nurse because I would expect every team to want to play Nurse if they're good at it. And then my second bet would be on Dredge. Again, by the rule book, there are no pick bans. You just get to play one of the killers in the legal pool. And then I think we changed over to the DBD League perk balancing. So still using some of the stuff from there. Of course, I don't know exactly how some of their perks balance out for some of those stronger S tier killers, but we'll wait and see as we are in on the loading screen here. Don't forget loud noise events, such as when a survivor misses a skill check. We'll wait and see though. We'll
In
see. We'll
case
wait
you
and
didn't
see.
know.
Yeah, what do you think we're getting, killer? You said Myers was your guess?
That's not a guess. That's a hope thing. Nah, give me
Not in the killer pool, unfortunately, but
give me something weird. Give me an unknown. Give me a Chucky. Like let's get
neither
fun
of them
with
are in the
it.
map. Neither of them are in the killer pool.
I didn't look. That's so fun.
Houndmaster. I think Houndmaster is probably we're looking at it,
Oh
just thinking about
jeez.
it. Houndmaster is probably the most out there. Trapper is out there because he's not good and he is legal in this game pool. But I would say Houndmaster is pretty low in terms of play rate. Crossu is low in play rate, but they're a generally strong killer, so maybe
Yeah.
wouldn't be too surprising, right? If we have a Crossu player,
Not
they'll
as
probably play the
strong as she
character.
used to be,
That's true.
but definitely strong.
Yeah, still up there. Yeah, we're trying to get things fixed up here and make sure we can get this game loaded into. Apologies again for all of the various delays and problems throughout the day. But again, once we get into game, everything goes back to normal. Because again, we are just playing Dead by Daylight, right? We're loading back in here. We think we might have it. There we go. And indeed, we are on Midwich again.
Yes!
So we expect this. Yeah, we get a Dredge Mirror. Take a look at the build, though. It's a little bit different. We swap over to Pain Res instead of that pop. Keep the Eruption, keep the Sloppy, keep the Corrupt, but instead of that pop, we prefer the Pain Res.
This is just like vested slot pub dredge. This is just like I'm gonna drain as much time as possible. Yeah, this is just like generally super solid like gen progression denial and like Dredge loves people being injured for longer, because the longer you're injured, the more Nightfall progress they get. So, Slide Butcher's a great pick here. Looks like sticking that teleport may have been a fake to try and catch somebody off guard, but oh no, that I don't think we're having fun. That was a bit of a frustration waggle. Meanwhile, Team Exile not even really looking for the generators that aren't caught by corruption. They're just trying to stay off map as much as possible. Oh, we're getting some pallet resets. We're getting some we're waiting out these 3 minutes of corrupt time.
Yeah, I get if they don't get hit, right? If they don't get actually committed into in a chase, the best thing they can do right now is wait for this corrupt to end. Then you open the map from having, you would have, what, 7 generators right now. You only can work on 4 of them, so I think they're happy just burning the corrupt out, opening the map up a lot more in terms of these objective locations. Is they got a bit of progress here. It's gonna get tagged. Corruption will burn it down. As Call of Brine actually is a perk missing from this build that we had in the last game. Or that was the Dredge, apologies. I'm mixing up the games now. As we do finally get our first hit, Shari is going to get tagged down on this Jake for the first injury of the game. As we'll try and catch up. Almost teleported basement there for a moment. Could have been a bit dangerous, but we'll see the Jake build here. Windows to try and help with locating some things. Can be definitely pretty nice on a map like Midwich, where it might be a little bit harder to find exactly where our windows and pallets are. We get the strong pallet here thrown down, and then the Dredge. Gonna forget about this chase. We just need to control our gens, break a lock here, get a quick hit on the gen, eruption stack, get all that good stuff going here. As we'll see if we can get a good commit in a chase here, as the rest of our players working on some various gens. Shari, though, is gonna get found once again here on this gen, half injured on Jake, so could be in a bit of danger here on this back corner loop.
Absolutely. There's the down, first down of the game. He's gonna pop that eruption. And yeah, look at that. That's a Res hook right there. If Artemis can get this, might be able to stop that gen from popping. I think we can. And now it's Nightfall. Much harder to see for the survivors. Full undetectable. Oh no, close enough on the TP that we got Killer Instinct. We drop. Here's the thing though, wow, Matt is entirely ready to just play around that single pallet, reset it, loop it. Oh, you're going the wrong way! Yeah, it's one of the tough things with Dredge and Nightfall. It can be so difficult to track exactly where he's coming from, exactly where he is, when he leaves you in chase, maybe even a bit of a mismanagement in terms of the communications. Again, maybe not, I'm not in the call, I don't know, but it can be pretty difficult to know, is he holding that teleport? Has he just completely disappeared and abandoned my chase? But for the moment, it will be Spadix No Mercy getting it taken down here. We are going to greed for this second Pain Res proc here. Should have no problem getting there, of course, so boil over maybe could have made it a little bit annoying, but not going to be in that case here. Very quickly finds this next one. Swerve going to get chased on here on this Ace for the moment here. Fakes the teleport anchor, ends up committing to the next one here. Takes it. Should be able to get this hit on the corner. Indeed, we will. Ace not going to commit to this loop. Wants to get out of there, as we'll see a little bit of healing coming through. Sloppy Butcher going to try and make a little bit of it annoying. TP. We get the quick teleport at the end of Nightfall. Swerve goes down, and we are going to immediately jump straight back across. Again, trying to control a couple of different gens, trying to stay in the right spot. We'll head back across. I think a missed teleport there, trying to go to this closer locker, but regardless, it doesn't matter. We'll bounce around the map a little bit on a ping pong, and then we'll get back into it, check the body, check the hook, break the lock on the locker, as Swerve should be healed up here. Could have maybe greeted for this hook, try and get a little bit of map control with 2 players on hook, but instead, we'll get Matt coming over for the quick heal and get things rolling forward. Yeah, no rush. That's the thing about even just being down to 3 survivors. Are we letting an unhook here? Are we trying to proc anti-tunnel? Interesting. Even having 3 survivors on deck means that if you're chasing one of them, the other 2 are most likely they're either healing each other, which is them not doing anything and not progressing the objective, or they're leaving themselves open and wounded, which means that until now, we weren't seeing any generator progress. Team Exile still sitting on, or Team Artemis still sitting on 5. Now, yeah, Exile J-Dot just waiting out that second hook on Spod. Now trying to find the hit. Jen will pop. Got two on
This is
the
a pretty
chase.
slow game for the survivors, though. They only have one gen done at the moment. So again, considering the win conditions for the team, they still are in a decent spot, right? Swerve on a gen right now at 75, as we do have
Oh,
Shari
what
taking
a
this
what
hit
a
here,
body
so-
block.
Yeah, nice find there to keep this a little bit of support for the chase again. Spadix, we want to keep the Atom alive, but similar to last game with Zuzu's final hit, the hit just doesn't actually save the player for too much on a map like Midwich. There's not really anywhere you can go that is a super strong loop. There just aren't that many on this map, but we'll see the first kill as Spadix is going to go down as we are scrolling among the floor. Matt disconnects here.
Oh,
I think that has to be a bit of an internet connection problem. I'm unsure on the exact ruling. My assumption is that the killer gets all of the associated points from Matt. Otherwise, I mean, I just can't imagine a world that you don't give the points for DCing. So
Yeah.
I think we have to operate on the assumption that Matt has officially donated 3 more points over to this killer. And considering we're in the quarterfinals of a best of 1 here, that disconnect could very, very easily be the thing that knocks this team out of the tournament.
I mean, points or no, when Team Artemis have such a defined objective here, they need 4 gens. Just losing a player like that down to 2 people, that's such a bad spot to be in. Swerve just now starting on Artemis's 3rd generator. It's JJ scouring the scene. Trying to get a lock.
I did pull up the remnants of the current rulebook, and indeed, if a survivor disconnects, it counts as a full kill for the killer, and the item that they dropped on their body cannot be used by any other member of their team. So, Matt, he is completely out of this game. It is a full kill for the killer, and now Swerve and Shari need to pop a gen here with, I suppose, the extra note being, I don't know in terms of the tiebreaker. It is worth noting the opening tiebreaker here is fresh hooks. So I do think this could get a little bit of concern. Again, the first time each survivor is hooked counts as 1 fresh hook and is worth 1 point, but it could definitely be a little bit concerning here in terms of trying to count fresh points. If we pop 1 generator, if we don't get the consideration, if maybe Matt isn't considered a fresh hook here, obviously some of these other players, Shari and Swerve, very possible they die on first hook. So this could be a very big concern here in terms of exactly how some of these things are going to get ruled, but obviously that will be 100% up to the tournament organizers at CL. So we'll see if it matters. Obviously, if they don't get this gen or they randomly get 2 gens, it just doesn't matter at all because we simply have a points win. But if we get into that point where we start looking at tiebreakers, again, that's going to be 100% up to the administration team of CL.
Yes, it will. Seeing that TP anchor. Oh, nice little backstep there. Swerve staying just out of range. It will get nicked. Now, kind of keep a lock on these gens. Finds Shari. Oh, no dice on the pallet. That's a down. And now we're just gonna leave Shari behind. You gotta try to find Swerve. Oh, that gen pop is so unfortunate. And that looks like it will be it. Exile. Despite such a strong performance from Matt on killer side, going to take it over Artemis.
And
in
yeah,
this
again,
best one.
it's so unfortunate because Matt again had a chance to be the star player again on this side, but unfortunately we just don't get to see it. The disconnect there again, have to assume it's some type of internet or computer or connection problem or something in that realm of technical error. It's not like he rage quit, right? He didn't see Spadix die and said, "Man, this game is stupid," and rage quit. But
like,
at the end of the day, it would be extremely unfair on the other side for them to get any type of benefit from their player disconnecting. So it counts as a full kill. In the time it took to tunnel Spadix out of the game, JJ gets rewarded with 2 full kills, and unfortunately from there, Swerve and Shari, they just can't get it done, which again, not like it's not much they could have done, right? You saw the Dredge, he's
Right.
just standing on one of those generators, so
Hey, guys.
again, he knows
Yeah.
exactly what he has to do. It's a little bit unfortunate there in terms of it. Again, wish that we could have seen them play the full game, right? Whether they ended up winning or losing, you hate to see a game end to a situation like that.
Now it's could have gone better. I was hoping for the full like competitive series, but
Yeah.
sometimes things just happen. Nothing you can really do about it, and there's nothing honestly to really. It's just a bummer. It's just not what we wanted to see. But hey, on the bright side of our little confusion earlier, we're only on quarterfinals, so we still have plenty of Lost Paradise tournament set left for us tonight. Today, depending on where you are. For me, it's like 2:30. For some of the folks I know over in where we're located, it's a bit more towards the evening. So remember where you are. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We're gonna hop over to a break as we wait, get ready for our next match. You're not gonna want to miss a thing.
Turn up the drop. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do need you, need you. I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and know these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, love you. I do, I need you, need you. I do, I love you, love. I do, I need you. I love you, love you. I do, I need you. Ooh, I love you, love. I do, need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do, need you, need you. I do, I love you, love. I do, need you. I love you, love you. I do, need you. Ooh, I love you, love. I do, need you.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I was running on an empty heart, not a trace of gasoline. Trying to dim every single spark that could hurt, that could burn all of me. Like a soldier on the battleground, lying wounded on the field. I was fighting along with a broken sword. Now I'm caught in a war with no shield.
The words we say, every single line could lead the way. With the speed of light here on our side, we're chasing time. Can't afford to lose the identity when you're going places never seen. With the speed of light here on our side, we're chasing time, chasing time. I was left to my own devices. Many days fell away with nothing to show, and the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Great clouds all over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your eyes,
Alrighty, we are back. Apologies again for the delay. We had to get things ready to go for our semi-finals. Again, some more quick rule changes to make things a little bit more consistent for the remainder of our tournament. And we are here in the semi-finals. We have Exiled, who we just saw succeed in their Blight Mirror, up against Veil here. Haven't seen them on stream yet today, but we'll see them here in our semi-finals. We did get through our picks and our bans, and our last option is going to be the Oni as our character this game. What do you think, Blastmasters? Were you interested in some Oni gameplay?
Leaning a bit back towards that dash side. You know, it's TBD killers fit into a lot of archetypes. You got like stealth,
Sure.
you got teleport
Yeah.
with more of a dredge, and then you have the big popular one is a lot of the mobility like dash based killers. Blight and Nurse obviously are the king and queen of that. The Oni is a really fun side grade. Very all in. You know, you land
Yeah.
the dash, you're just good. Um, like a bit of a less consistent, or I'd say less explosive Billy, a bit more consistent, but not with the highs of Billy's. Just, you know, I'm on the opposite end of the map and you're dead kind of thing. Oni's cool. I dig Oni. I'm excited to see that. Very very easy killer to root for, I feel like, because there's a lot of back and forth, there's good counterplay, and another killer who's really like the dredge that we were seeing, really gonna want to get the survivors wounded and keep them wounded.
And yeah, again, especially against Tony, like you mentioned, right, being injured, a pretty bad thing against him. So a very common thing we'll see is teams extreme greed to try and prolong that first hit. But we get into things and we get it rolling here. Have a Veil on the survivor and Exile on the killer here, as we'll see for the moment. Again, first hit can be a lot for the Oni. Corrupt to try and help stall the start of this game out, to help him get things rolling. And we'll get a peek around a couple of our survivors, take a quick check at build stats. He's going to be dropping out with his first pallet, but for our killer, Pop, Eruption, Pain Res, a lot of gen control as per expectations, alongside of this Corrupt for this early game presence as Fats. Gonna head on over to Shack for the moment here. Again, wouldn't be too surprised to see these tools being used very early. Couldn't always drop this Shack up to pallet if we need to try and control. And again, we'll see that pallet go down. Losing Shack pallet early is never great, but against an Oni, it definitely can make sense if that's what's going to prolong this first hit. As again, once Oni gets power, once he starts getting a lot of people injured, he really can snowball and get into that explosiveness like you mentioned. But until he can get that first power, he's a mediocre M1 killer, and if they can keep him in that form.
Right now we're playing Trapper, and the longer that honestly either team can keep their Oni just completely dry, like you said, the better.
The worst Trapper at that.
Exactly. Until he gets that any kind of source of blood, there's really nothing he can do, which is why it makes a lot of sense that we saw JJ Dot run this full just stall on gens, everything to slow down the initial process of making progress, and then once the ball is rolling, like take progress back. That's, oh my god, he gets the bloodlust, but what a... No dice on the catch is catching up a bit, but we got another pallet. You can kind of see JJ Dot a little frustrated. Just need that first hit, and beautiful stuff from Lear. Just not.
We have another pallet here. Yeah, this is a really strong setup here. We can go back to that window. He didn't drop the pallet, so he's in a decent spot. This could be a chance for the first hit here on this pallet here. Gonna get the revault. Gonna keep going on across here. We're gonna have to commit one way or the other. Mr. Oni, another revolt trying to go across. We finally get that first hit. We get just a little bit of blood, and of course this Renato gonna keep bleeding out over time, so we're gonna try and stay onto it, just let him keep bleeding. But again, gens are starting to become a problem. We've popped 2 already, and in general I would say you probably want to be getting your first hook by now. We haven't even gotten it down. We've barely gotten a hit at that, so we'll have the Oni trying to control a bit, letting blood just drop. We're happy trying to get power. We could get power and then go interrupt some of those gens, but for the moment we're going to keep following Lear around, keep getting all of this blood as he just keeps running around the simple loop here. Still has this pallet in this back corner, as we'll see for the moment here. on this pallet, trying to force the drop with a lot of these shakes here, trying to keep the momentum on of these obstacles as we'll get the pallet not dropped. Good respect here by the survivor, as we'll see around the map a lot of gens continuing to pop. We could see 4 gens popped by the time we have 1 hook, and that would not be the situation you want to be in. Need this down here. We get it before that pallet's able to come down, so we are going to get the hook here. If we get a pain res, we can deny this gen. This gen honestly might just pop before we can even get it. I'm not sure obviously if we'll be able to force this pain res. We're going to get off it to try and stop maybe a pain res DMS, as we will get a hook here. It will be a pain res, so that far gen is going to get denied a little bit, but we'll see the pop of the close gen now. So again, they get that 3rd gen popped, and this 4th gen, there's nothing we can do to stop it. So it'll be 4 gens for functionally 1 hook, but we do go into our first blood rush.
And here we go. Got that Oni charge. Said, yeah, 1 hit down. There goes T and M. Catching that pallet in the burst. It's another gen finish down to that single generator. We're gonna try and heal up. Go into basement to make this save as awkward as possible.
Yeah, we are getting a quick reset for the survivors. I'm trying to see this. So we have 1 gen here in this close corner, but this is one of the furthest descriptions possible from a 3 gen. So honestly, it wouldn't really surprise me if the survivor game plan is just finish maybe that Shack gen and give up on this rescue. But regardless, we'll see the Oni ult power here come out. Ace gonna be sat here on this pallet. It honestly isn't even horrible. He gets right, single click, but needs to not get hit by one of these rush attacks. But we're just going to keep playing pretty tight around this loop. It's pretty hard to hit a flick, so we are just going to commit on to this pallet. Again, it's just not really a position we can get the down as the Oni. We can break this pallet from earlier. Now Ace could be a little bit vulnerable here without immediate support, but we do have 1 on this Shack gen, which is going to get turned on to now. Have to cancel the demon dash here. Can't quite see how much charges left on this power. We get the drop, and Doe is going to go down here for the Veil survivors. Now 1 on hook, 1 on hand. Renato going to come get this backdoor rescue down in the basement here. So it will only stay 1 on hook, but it'll go up now 3 points at least for Exile at the moment.
That Shack gen definitely going to be the goal here to finish up. It's gone a bit slower down. Those pain rests is doing work to renege that progress. Now, JJ Dot trying to get an eye on these survivors. Oh, Fat's just making some progress.
Yeah, it's going to be T&M here, trying to just stay on their feet. It's going to hop in the locker here. Maybe Granny gets decisive. I'm not sure exactly what the balancing is here. It doesn't look like we have anything. So just goes for the locker force, going to make them get the pickup now. So we'll see what we've won. Can't pain res this, I don't believe. Yeah, there's just not distance to get anywhere. We will re-enable this pop, though. So trying to run across here. See if we can keep this gen from getting finished. It should be in time. I'm not sure that this is committable, as they certainly can get it. Well done by the survivors to finish. 5 points on the board for them now, as they just barely finish it before that pop arrives. As we will now for the Oni go back into power here and try and figure something out. We're 4 points into this game right now for the side of JJ's. We'll see what the survivors want to do. The expectation would be to get quite a decent amount of points here. 3 escape should be extremely doable for these survivors here. Obviously, getting a forced 4 escape can be difficult still, but at the very least, this could be an 8-point survivor game, the highest we've seen on stream so far by a mile. But we are getting some nice value out of Oni here. Lear and Doc both going to go down to this power. We have a 3rd player here as well, so if we keep making mistakes for the survivors, we could get punished very hard. But Fat's backing away, the power's going to end, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem. We'll see exactly the situation. TNM dead on hook, just going to stay hidden for the moment. Going to go around, as will be the Ace vaulting around, trying to stabilize right now for the side of Fats. Is going to have that sprint burst 99, and he'll be able to extend his loop here. Nicely done for Fats. Again, moving back over to Shack, should have this fast vault into the window. Not going to go for it, as we do have Lear up off the ground. They're going to move their way over towards Doc here to try and get that extra res. As we'll see for the moment, Ace doing a good job just staying on this window here. Does finally vault it. Oni back around the outside, going back into the inside. It'll be his second vault on it now, is able to keep this loop going. Door, though, should get ripped open here, and especially if we know where the Hats are spawning for offerings. Not too sure if we do or not, but the stun comes through. Fats is going to be on it here. We have a 3 escape primed here. Gonna try and greed to stay in the map, though. Looks like they're coming over. Maybe gonna try and get some flashlight support, but we'll see if they can get it. Nice, should have the 1 kill at this point.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
catch
he just hit
TNM.
the 1.
That's
Could be worse.
something.
It's not a first hook on Fats. They trade the kill on TNM, and I suppose for fresh hook turn, it's fine, but they get the 1 on TNM. It'll be his 3rd hook, and he'll die instantly, but that's a 5-point game for the killer compared to the 8-point survivor game. This is a great outlook for Vale here in the semifinal.
Oh yeah, now it's just gonna be up to if Exile can keep Vale's Oni as dry as Vale managed to on JJ Dot.
And yeah, this is a pretty decent now for the moment here. So again, we'll have to wait and see what it looks like once we get onto that other side. But again, this is a very, very nice start to the semifinal for this side, who again got here relatively quickly from their quarterfinal. Obviously had some delays in that term, but Vale made it here to the semifinals. And again, based on what we've seen so far in general, the majority of our games have been killer-sided, but definitely nice to see the survivors strike back here in the semis.
Yeah, it's really gonna be all about matching that honestly fantastic box out that we saw from Vale that game.
And yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they will be able to flip things back around to get another survivor win for this side of Exile. Again, bit of a rough go there with JJ, but we'll see if they're able to do just as well, if not better, with their survivor crew. We'll send things back over to a break. We'll be back with our second game of the semifinals here in a few. Alrighty, we are back here getting things ready to go for our second half of this semi-final best of one. Again, should be in the same realm of an Oni on the same map of a Cold Tower here. Definitely going to be a bit of an interesting one. After seeing a very strong Survivor game, very, very good stalling at the start of the game, denied that first hit, denied that early blood for a very long time, and they were able to get a ton of gen pressure off of it and keep things rolling in their favor. So getting things ready to go. Is there anything that you would want to see the second Oni swap up in terms of, obviously we'll probably see a slightly different build one way or another, but is there anything specific you think needs to be done to try and stop the same thing from happening?
I think some kind of chase perk almost feels necessary just to get, even if just to help with that initial hit. I don't even know anything in particular that might help out. But like off the top of my head, but there's really need to focus on finding that. Obviously, they understand that that first hit is everything here, especially with Oni, like explicitly on Oni. Um, but I almost think the ball is more in Exile's court, honestly, where they need to play keep away as best they can. Because if they get caught in an awkward spot, we saw a lot of Vale honestly playing with fire last game and still managing to keep just outside of JJ Dot's range for a good like chunk of time. That's entirely where I feel like the onus of. Oh, it sounds like one of the players had a crash, so we're gonna we're gonna be stalling a bit for time here, waiting it out, folks. Yeah, overall, I just think anything to try and catch out an early player, whatever it may be, would be a great boon because the slowdown helped, but there was only so much it could do um to mitigate the 4 generators that got finished by the first hook, you know?
And I mean, yeah, I think like we can look at the perks, for example, right? We look at the perks that were relevant in the game, right? We have Pain Res, which we were only able to get 2 stacks off of, which in terms of the slowdown perks, ignoring Corrupt, that was probably the one that actually helped the most because we were able to stall one of the gens at the very least with that first stack. The second one helped a bit, but you look at Eruption, for example, before our first down, we couldn't really kick a gen, so we didn't really get any eruption value. Maybe in the later game we got 1 or 2 procs off of it, but in that specific game, the eruption didn't really help a lot. And again, this is not me saying I think eruption is a bad perk in any world or anything of that sort, but you look at the actual value that it added to the player there, and it just didn't really do anything. We didn't get any value out of it, so I would be not surprised either way, but I would be interested to see if we do focus more on maybe trying to get a little bit of support in chase. As again, like you mentioned, right, Oni needs these early hits. He needs to get one or two people bleeding, get those blood hits for getting that first hit on an injured player. So, like, once we got into the blood rush, right, once we started using Oni powers, we were getting down after down, but the start of the game just went so poorly for JJ in terms of tempo and trying to get things ready to go that once he was finally built up, he had blood, people were bleeding around the map, he could start getting downs, getting hooks, etc. The game was just lost, right? Like we mentioned, right? He got 4 gens completed against him for 1 hook, and that just isn't. It's not the speed we can be playing at.
It's not.
But we do have our entry here. Yeah, we just can't get a good result, but we do go into it here, and we see what we're going to be playing with. It's going to be Bamboozle with Pain Res, Corrupt, and Eruption. So the Bamboozle chase perk, I don't hate it here. We saw how oppressive Shack was, some of those stronger windows on main, so I think Bamboozle's a good, interesting idea here, considering we're only wanting to dedicate 1 perk to the manor. So I like this idea here, as we will find David early. He's not in a super strong position, but he can get to this first gym at the very least.
The biggest thing is whether or not the players know how to outplay this Bamboozle, because it could provide a fantastic mix-up here if not aware. Ooh, can get to that pallet. Trying to fake it. Good patience. Oh my god, fantastic patience with the Survivor. Waiting out that Bloodlust. How about just jump?
Yeah, I would imagine that we're just going to Bloodlust 3 this loop at this point. We want that first hit so bad. We're just going to Bloodlust 3, and we're just going to keep walking at David, and eventually we're going to hit him. He's going to rotate around. If he can try and get to a slightly stronger pallet and force the break, that could potentially be a shatter of this Bloodlust and make this chase very negative here. As again, this Oni really doesn't want to hit this pallet because we know how strong this Bloodlust can be. But David going to get back around for another rotation. We'll see if he can greed. I think he should get hit here. Yeah, I mean, this is just Bloodlust 3, right? If we're not Bloodlust 3, you get that the rest of that loop for David. But at the same time, as a survivor in these competitive events, you know how long you've been in chase. You know that the Oni hasn't broken anything. So just have to try and calculate for it. It's a bit tough. At the end of the day, Bloodlust 3 is Bloodlust 3, right? You can't counter it. So we'll just try and do the best we can. First hit comes through. Pallet gets dropped as Dagger just going to try and stay stalling in this corner.
This is a much better first down for Vale. One gen is finished, but comparatively, that is a mountain of difference. 2 gens currently worked. Looks like Izan is already creeping around, getting ready for the save. Meanwhile, got that Demon Dash ready to go. Yoruichi also getting ready. Izan finds the save. And JJ Dot looking for whoever's working on those gens. Here we go.
Yeah, Oni power comes online, and the question is, how quickly can we find these downs? If we can get Dagger quickly, this could be a great turn for the killer, who truthfully has already started the game off on a positive green note. But we'll see the loop comes for the flick. Can't find it, Dagger. Gonna get avoided there by an inch. Pallet gets shattered. As we'll see if we can stay caught up. Demon Dash gonna get the charge. Pallet gotta see it, almost thrown instantly. Goes for the stun. Flick not able to connect. Almost got the pallet, but again, missed by just an inch. Next Demon Dash charging up again. Onis, they don't necessarily hate just spamming it here. Not gonna go for the flick though, just gonna cancel it. Go for the pallet shatter. As we'll see the next Demon Dash charged up here. Can we get anything? Should be down here if we get. No, we bounce! We bump into the pillar here. And it is gonna be Dagger continuing to stall. Goes for it. Finally is able to get the hug on this wall. Dagger will go on for their second hook. But again, similar to last game, this could be a bit of a concerning pace with the generators. 2 done, 1 at 2/3, 1 at just shy of half. So it's not a bad pace by the survivors by any means, but when you consider the points that were scored by Vale on that game, right? They got 5 gens, 3 escapes, 8 points. It's already going to be 2 hooks for another 2 up to 10 points. Exile definitely needs to try and keep this train going, considering they only got those 5 killer points.
Yeah, they really need to keep the pressure on. Dagger is going to be making a break for it. Yoruichi and Izan both working on generators. Fantastic distance. Yoruichi is the target, but she's just going to sprint burst away. Trying to make use of this shack. That's another gen done. 2 left.
We get the heal on Dagger as well. Yeah, this could definitely be concerning because we aren't in a position to kill Dagger right now, right? We kind of have to commit to this chase with Yoruichi right now, but oh, great to cancel there. Able to get the crouch to make him think the drop. He readjusted his pathing as it should be the first hit here. No, Laura just a bit too quick for him. Yoruichi doing a great job stalling out here on this pallet. Gonna fake it, get him on the next read again here is... Well, Laura has no problem staying on this. Nia pumping the gen. David working on another. As we'll see for the moment here, Laura able to get away again here. And Goodbye Sunny is just getting walked on this here. We finally get the hit. Connect them on that shack window here. Bamboozle so we can stay on this loop if we need to vault the window. But this is a really great chase by Yoruichi.
Oh yeah, stalling out so much time. Look at that. 1 generator at 80%, another at half. Vale's looking Exile's looking very, very nice here. Oh, the aura. I can't see anything. Looking for the Demon Dash, looking for that down.
That's behavior spectate for you.
Oh yeah.
Look at the gens though. Aishin's gen is just about to pop. Dagger is at 2/3, maybe even closer to 3/4. So this could be very concerning. We hop into the window here, hop back up. We get the grab in time. If we don't get that grab, we have to M1. That could have been very dangerous. But Pain Res is going to come in. Dagger's gen is going to get regressed a decent bit here. did get off of it, so he's not going to give away some notifications. 75% on the gen at the moment here, as David is going to get forced off the gen here one way or another. Oni is going to be able to come hit it here. They do find it. They know this gen is the big problem for them, but there's not much time to do anything about it. We can't even set Eruption up for it. We just have to get back to this gen. We see Zuzu run away, but we want to find the other player here trying to navigate the scratch marks mid-tower, but it's too hard to track immediately, so we're gonna have to just try and relocate what we can. This gen 99 as well, so this is super problematic right now as we try and get Yorichi, but Nia happy to come take the body block and force this down against them, so we'll see David's gen pop as well. We're gonna see a really tough spot for this killer to be in here. Again, the Oni showcasing a little bit of weakness here. It'll be 5 gens completed for both teams, and now the question is exactly how many hooks, escapes, and kills will we get?
Let's see 2 members of the team down. Gonna pick up Zuzu. This person's not going for the fresh hook. But Isan considering going for the save on Yorichi. Hitting the door. Or if Dagger's gonna 99 it or just pop the entire thing. There's Isan trying to put some pressure on the other door. There it is. Door's
yeah, Dagger's
open.
just going to commit to full opening this door. We're obviously not really concerned about Blood Warden in comp, so as long as you can be mindful of the tempo, we'll be fine here as they're trying to force this door here. We're going to come check Laura. We are going to get the just grab Yorichi. I think he's doing some point math and maybe realizes if he hooks and then just face camps this, he'll be fine. They do unhook here is he's running for basement. This is a very aggressive path. I think he might make it. We'll see if he does. If he doesn't make it and loses this hook, the body blocks are here. He has to hit Dagger. We're gonna struggle off here, and now the question is, can Isan get here for the right body block in time? Does he have power? The tempo here, if we get the 4 escape, this game ends immediately. Isan gonna get the body block here. We have to get to this gate before these survivors all can get there. They're sprinting it. The question is, can we get there in time for the Claudette? We should be in time. That's 1, 2, 3. Zuzu's gone. That's a 4 escape. They get the body block in the basement. And goodbye, Sonny is going to get 4 escaped on. Despite his team's very strong survivor game, it just isn't enough.
Now Exile locks in. He said absolutely perfect body blocks exactly when they needed. Isan covering the escape. Everybody makes it out. And yeah, that's just Oni struggling hard, really reliant on any survivor that really relies, or any killer that really relies on the survivors messing something up is always going to be a little questionable in power. And this was just a showcase of both JJ Dot and Goodbye Sunny played Oni fantastically. Like, some of those flicks were amazing. They had great pressure when they could finally get it. It's just no matter how good you are, if the survivors are good enough to minimize the opportunities that they give you, it's just going to be comparatively painful.
And yeah, so well played here in this semifinal to secure the win. Do have a quick update, as obviously we're gearing ahead for the grand finals. In our other semifinal, we had Illusion versus Tap Tap. It looks like they both were on the Wraith games, and with a 3K and a 3 escape, it looks like Illusion are going to be the winners of that other semifinal best of 1. So again, definitely pretty interested to see how things are going to shake out in that best of 3 grand finals, but for the moment that is going to be it in terms of our semifinal. So we're going to send things back over to what hopefully won't be too long of a break. Realistically, I would expect to be ready to go back again here in maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Not an exact time by any means. Keep the stream open 100%, but for the moment we're going to send things back to a break, let the players and admins get everything set up for our grand finals, and then we'll be back with our first game.
fall and break apart while we sit here in silence. Cause it's been a while since you and I were intertwined as one. We were just getting started. You were all that I wanted. So let's remember that the good and not the bad. Think about the days you held me close. Forget about the nights we spent alone. Take the better days and leave the rest. Keep all the best of me. Best of me. We could drag it on or let it go. We could end on a high note. We could both take the high road. Every moment we had in the sun, let it stitch in your memory when you're thinking about me. So let's remember that the good and not the bad. Think about the days you held me close.
I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do need you, need you. I do, I love you. I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like
Okay.
I love you, love you. I do, I need you, need you. I do, I love you, love. I do, I need you. I love you, love you. I do, I need you. Ooh, I love you, love. I do, need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do, need you, need you. I do, I love you, love. I do, need you. I love you, love you. I do, need you. Ooh, I love you, love. I do, need you.
Into the night, city lights are dancing
Alrighty, we are back, getting ready to go here in the grand finals. It has taken a little bit of time, but we are ready to roll and get things going here. Exiled versus Illusion in our best of 3 finals. We got things ready. It took a little bit to get through the bans and get everything set up, but we have our rosters ready to roll. We are going to be playing Game 1 Artist, Game 2 Plague, and if we make it to the Game 3 of our best of series, we'll be seeing another set on Oni. But what do you think, Blast? Artist and Plague going to be guaranteed to be seen. You a fan of these characters? Not so much?
These are two, I really respect these picks because these are two definitely more niche killers. Plague especially. Both are very strong in their own ways. Like, these are characters with like crazy skill caps. You could do disgusting things on both of them. Artist especially is a character with just like potentially map wide coverage if played properly, and can really set up just these unwinnable loops very, very easily. Um and Plague's another character. Like Oni, she pretty hard on survivors, like basically giving her something. But unlike Oni, in the meantime, she could still provide very, very strong like benefits. Like even if survivors don't give her the enhanced bile by cleansing themselves, that does mean that they all will be stuck in the injured state, which is definitely something you could just work off of normally.
And yeah, I'm
It's their
definitely I'm interested to see for the once we get to game 2, the Plague builds. I feel like it's such a
Mhm.
a niche character that maybe we don't just get, the same Eruption, Corrupt, blah blah blah. And I do think Corrupt's good. I think Eruption's good, right? I think
I
they
mean,
can even be
corruption's
especially good
hers.
on
Like, if
Plague.
if anybody gets
Yeah,
to run it,
I think Corruption especially good on her because a lot of the early game, I feel like you're just trying to tag people with an inch of puke and then you leave. And then you
yeah,
just go around if you can get 2 or 3 people sick. I personally, it's obviously like not an incredibly deep thought at all, but Thanatophobia can be very scary because you can force one of the survivors to be cleansing. Otherwise, they get these massive, massive penalties. So I'm
hmm
curious to see if we get a bit of build diversity away from the here's my regression perks of the game. Which again, right? It's not like I'm hating on the players for doing it. They think it's probably justifiably so the best build they can run for the game, so it's what they should run. But
exactly.
it's always nice to see a bit of diversity. I enjoyed the bamboozle the few times we saw it used in that Oni game, so I'm curious to see if we get anything spicy this set.
No, this definitely has potential. These are going to be the most out there killers that we've seen by far. Um, so I'm excited to see. This is going to be a big. It's going to be really up to like a lot of the killers we've seen have more generalist kind of skill sets. And oh,
Yeah, we're getting an update in the set here to try and make sure we can see what's going on. It looks like one of the players during the load-in was sent to an empty campfire and his game just completely bugged out. So apologies, of course, for that. We can, for what it's worth, get a look at the perks, it looks like, at least. We saw a couple of interesting things on that screen. I believe I saw a Bond. I just saw a quick flash of
sorry.
them there in the few seconds, but there were definitely a couple of interesting symbols that I saw in that set. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we do get a confirmation from Mr. Director that we are getting just a quick reset on the lobby. So obviously, again, is what it is. Not really much we can do about it other than wait for us to get reset. But what do you think we're gonna see, especially in this first game here, focusing on Artist?
I really like we did see a lot of the perks we've seen. We saw Turn Back the Clock. We saw Eruption. It was either Eruption or Corrupt Intervention. But the one that I'm interested that we did see was, I think, it's like Perfect Predator or something. It's the Xenomorph perk where you give up Bloodlust in exchange for a speed boost every single time you hit
So
somebody.
Rapid Brutality, I think.
A
But
Rapid
yeah,
Brutality. There you go.
definitely an interesting perk. I have a friend who's a really big fan of Rapid Brutality Ghostface, and you just never expose
Mm,
anybody, and he just runs around and keeps hiding his red stain and chase. So definitely an interesting perk. Probably not the same level of goofy shenanigans going on with this artist build, but interesting to see. It's Artist, right? Are like we saw in that Oni game, for example, Bloodlust is typically very good for winning these pallets that aren't super safe pallets, but they're not necessarily pure 50-50 pallets in terms of I can just walk at you at normal speed. But Artist specifically is a character that really doesn't care about those pallets because they
No.
can just put a bird and then either you walk into them or you vault the pallet. If you walk into me, I'm going to hit you. If you vault the pallet, my bird's going to hit you. So they're very good at eliminating 50-50s and making them 100 zeros. So I think Rapid Brutality, very interesting.
I think it's perfect. Like the artist doesn't want. There's a lot of killers that really thrive, especially even like Plague. They like thrive in those like long extended chases. The artist, she like you said, could just bowl right through you. Like if she gets the proper setup, and with it leads to really, really devastating 1-2 punches. Like even on a healthy survivor, a good bird can mean that she will just run you down. Even if not directly into an M1, but into the perfect setup for the second bird that will finish you off. It's gonna give the artist player a lot more flexibility, a lot more outplay potential, and it's honestly gonna make some of the like understood and common counterplay to the artist a little bit weaker.
And yeah, I'm definitely interested to see. Again, we're in the finals of a Dead by Daylight tournament, €100 on the line here for these teams. Again, European event, of course, so definitely going to be interesting to see which of these teams will be able to try and walk away with that prize. Every game matters at this point, and we get back into it here. Exile on the killing side, Illusion on the survivor side. So we'll see how it can go here. Once again for JJ Pot, we've seen a great game from him, an okay game from him, and we'll head back into his spectate side as we do get into it here. Eruption, Corrupt, Pain Res like we expected, alongside a little bit of interesting. We will get the first hit here. Nikki gonna get hit by the bird, and again, just like we mentioned, right, these pallets that are generally maybe 50-50s are a little bit weaker in terms of not being a super big infinites that you can vault 3 times like a shack. But we'll see the first bird stack on here. Shouldn't be too difficult with a couple of bird stacks. Throws one up, send the bird down, and Nikki a very early down here.
You know, JJ Dot clearly has some experience on this artist. That's the perfect thing we're seeing. Even if not a single M1 that's serious, I think, but just getting the first bird lets JJ Dot keep on Nikki, making the second bird and the third bird just so difficult to outmaneuver. Gonna be sending birds to scout out those gens. Doesn't have to make those very committal sweeps of the map like other killers would have to. Pain Res is gonna help a lot there though too, even if the survivors are on the other side of the map, which they are. You're gonna let Nikki tick down a bit. She has plenty of time.
And yeah, I think what we're seeing here, I think it's just worth noting from JJ that on Artist especially, this is something that is very common. We expect to see it every game we see of Artist, but just while we're walking around, while we're wasting time, like right now for the Artist, we're camping the kill, right? We're trying to make sure that Nikki dies or at the very least hits second state, but throwing birds up, trying to make sure we know where all of the survivors are. Like right now, they're letting Nikki, like you mentioned, sit on hook, burn away a little bit, melt away some of that bar, but right now with the birds, we're trying to locate all the survivors, track where they are, see when we think they've left their gen, because again, they're not going to get double hit, they're not going to get hit by 2 birds and take an injure state, but the birds connecting onto them is certainly going to burn a little bit of time off of the clock. They have to step away from the gens, so we're slowing them down on the gens while trying to compile as much information as possible, as Gen 1 is going to complete here. Nikki as well hitting second state, so the current score 2-1 in favor of Exile. Again though, so early in the game, not going to mean too much, especially with the second gen popping right about now. Spyro, as we'll get it finished up officially in 2-2 now, as we will again get rid of these birds. Quick locker entrance and exit does get rid of them, as Nikki gonna tag down to about halfway into the second bar. We will get rescued here. We need to help keep this player alive here. If we go down and take a death on Nikki, this could be very dangerous. He's gonna get tagged by a bird here, should be fine to hold for a moment. Bird comes down, needs to stay on our feet here for the side of Nikki. Going into the shack pallet, is gonna throw it down. gonna get broken out here. Body block not gonna come through. We end up backing away for the moment. Next pallet thrown down again. Have to kind of commit to pre-dropping quite a decent amount here, as we will see Nikki sees the birds come down, has to back away from the loop at risk of dying. Like we mentioned, those 50-50 deletions as Nikki trying to back away. Let's see if we can catch onto them here. Body block comes through instead. We're gonna try and focus a bird hit to get around. If we get it, the body block doesn't come through. Infinity gets hit after. It's really good for JJ. He's gonna be able to guarantee his first kill, and for a little bit of an extra bonus, gets a hit on Infinity here with 3 gens completed.
Very smart call from Illusion to just stick to those gens, get as much parks as they can. Valiant effort to try and save Nikki. We do see sticking a few more. Just trying to not interact with the artist as much as possible. But with one survivor down, JJ Dot much more flexible when it comes to rushing down and putting pressure directly onto the survivors. Got that eruption set up. Trying to look for that pain res. Would love to find Infinity here.
Yeah, again, doesn't look like they're going for a reset of any nature here. Maybe on it in one end or another, but no. Dictator Spyro gonna get caught in the chase here. We have JJ trying to find some birds here again for the ace. Just has to add a little bit of time to the loop, so he will get tagged for it. Just not able to efficiently loop around, as he's gonna head over to this bus. Not the strongest bus tiling of all time, as we see the birds go down here. Ace trying to back away, trying to force an error here from the artist, as we're gonna see again, could just set up another bird at this point. Wouldn't necessarily hate the idea. Trying to commit really heavily to winning this 50-50. Bird gonna go away as Dictator Spyro gonna get turned at here. The bus is gonna get ran to once again here, trying to get back to this vault. I don't think he'll get this off. No, he does! Just barely an inch. Maybe even a bit of ping playing in there, but Dictator Spyro gonna get away for a moment longer. Will go down. Eruption pops. The bird gonna tag onto Romeo. Hops into the locker here to get rid of the birds. Eruption is giving some extra ore reading. Next bird connects as Dictator starting to recover for the moment. Bird getting ready, trying to make sure we can get this connection. Indeed we do. Romeo to half. It will be the generator in check. Completed. One left on the board as Romeo trying to back away. Certainly makes it to this loop, as we need to make sure the bird doesn't become a problem for the side of this survivor. Drops the pallet, simply running toward the corner as Dictator Spyro gets picked up off the ground. Claudette should be in quite a bit of danger here. It will just go for the swing, gets it down, but we do get the heal on Ace. We get a gen completed, and we're gonna get time for a quick reset here. So honestly, this trade of the Ace for the Claudette is not that bad for the survivor crew.
Not at all. We'll get that hook, but 2 survivors back on their feet. Infinity not gonna get the heal, looks like. Romeo sit on that hook a bit. JJ Dot trying to get a bead on these survivors.
Looking for any piece of information that we can. Bird's gonna miss out here. And again, if Infinity gets tagged by one of these birds, just think of the info that we're getting from knowing somebody is here. Otherwise, we have to run all the way out here to check. Again, we have a bit of a 3-gen, right? It's not a super tight 3-gen, but we definitely can focus on one side of the map a little bit more than the other. As we do get the unhook, Romeo gonna be back on their feet. Eruption gonna be primed on this hillside gen. As we're gonna move over. Looks like Infinity will re-enter chase here. Got tagged earlier trying to body block for his teammate, and now he's gonna be sat in the bus trying to burn some time, but the artist looks like it's just not worth committing. You have a healthy player away from the gens as opposed to 2 injured players at the gens, and they will go for a reset, Romeo and Spyro, so it won't be too crazy in their favor. But obviously for the moment, the artist just gonna hold on, see if we can find something on Infinity. We know the reset's going on, so we have a bit of time to try and add some pain to this Jake. As we'll see Infinity go for the window vault, will get connected with the first bird, but it's not close enough for an injury, so we'll see if Infinity can stabilize here. Has a window and a pallet, but not going to be in a great position to get rid of the birds. We'll get M1 here, so gets injured, and at this point I'd expect the artist to go for the gens.
And I got it at this point. Let's see, today whoever's on that gen did a great job dodging the birds. Ooh, barely doesn't connect on Romeo.
and has balance to try and extend to this next side of the map. Because again, we've seen how far this bus practically feels from these gens. It may not be the farthest in the world, but we're on no mobility here with this artist. Again, obviously just the character inherently, as we do get the bird away. Next bird connects at just a moment too late, as we do get the M1 here. Romeo injured with a bird on. Quick reset for Infinity, as we are going to give up on Romeo. Head back over to the gens, get Infinity healed up, and then we'll see maybe trying to make sure we can keep our eruptions ready, keep these gens trickling downwards. As for the moment, we're trying to find this reset. Doesn't seem like we'll be too close to a survivor here, but at the very least trying to dig for as much pressure as we can, as it looks like we'll be looking to chase on to this survivor here. In this back corner, we saw this was vaguely around where Nikki was eliminated earlier. As for the moment, it'll be Dictator Spyro. Just holding on to this corner map, truthfully happy burning time off the clock.
Absolutely has a bead on Dictator Spyro. Go for the body block. Kind of okay with that. We'll get extra speed boost looking for the bird. Meanwhile, Romeo's just gonna stick that generator. JJ Dot starts looping back. Unfortunately, skedaddle.
Yeah, if Romeo gets injured here, it could definitely be a bit unfortunate. Maybe could try and agree a little bit heavier onto a chase, but I suppose with Infinity and Spyro presumably resetting, not going to be too effective, as we are going to go for this double hit here. Bird for one, but the next pallet is here in time, setting up. Not going to put it down, actually going to hold on the bird as we get the double heal from Infinity and Spyro, but Romeo could go on second hook here very, very quickly, depending on how this chase ends up going here. We are going to get the bird connection, but Infinity's here for the body block. They both have a bird. They're both injured now, so could potentially be a very, very quick end if we get some perfect birds, but we'll get the quick jump off here, and that looked like maybe a little bit of a lag spike for Romeo. He gets the down, but the body is not anywhere he expected it to be. So yeah, that has to be a little bit of unfortunate lag timing there, as we're going to try and get it. We should just be able to pick this body up. I can't imagine it's completely bugged. Yeah.
Okay,
Romeo will get grabbed. We'll get that second hook down, and it will be on here. Are we greeting for... No, we want the pain res, right? They didn't get that pain res stack with the first Romeo hook, so we're going to greet... Well, this is really far to go. I suppose we'll see if they make... No, they don't get it. Maybe too greedy by the artist. Goes for it. One less perfect skill check, and that would have been the hook, but Romeo hits just enough to get off, and now that second hook tempo is completely gone.
JJ Dot a little frustrated. Managed to find the bird on the Spyro. Escape number one. Reveals back nice and healthy. I'm gonna try and cover Infinity Dictator. There's bird on Dictator. One more bird.
Yeah, it'll be the ace trying to get in, fix the window, but we won't swing too aggro for it, so Spyro will go down here. But this gen is very dangerous. Look at how far this is here. This is about 70% right now, getting closer and closer. We're going to greed to go for this pain res here. If this hook can't come through, that would be extremely problematic, but not going to be a problem in this specific case, as we will get that hook. Again, pain res officially procced on it, trying to tear down these gens as much as we can, as we'll have a Spyro on hook in the middle of a 3-gen. As long as we can keep these gens from popping, this artist really has no problem standing right here.
No, absolutely not. Has the tools to make actually repairing these generators as difficult as possible. So we can just burn down. Honestly, having the hook right next to the generator like this is really, really nice. And there's another Infinity's down, and now JJ Dot eyes on Romeo. He's gonna go for the unhook. Make him pay for it.
Oh, can't get it pre-rescue there. Could have tried to have the ace take a body block and sprint across the map, but unfortunately gets canceled on the first attempt at it. So we'll have a double downs here. I'm not sure if we have any unbreakables. The game could actually just be over right now, truthfully. We'll see the vault come through for the moment here, as we'll see Spyro trying to hold on here for the moment as long as we can. We'll have Romeo and Infinity recovering as quickly as they can, but we'll see the ace trying to hold on. Dictator does drop the pallet. The bird is in danger here, and this is what we're talking about. He has to jump through the bird to be able to not get downed by it. It's well played there on that front to stay alive, but the big problem here is that, again, this is not the position we want to be in. We got 4 gens done, but we try to fake the window. We are going to go down, and that should, I'd assume at this point, just be the game. We'll see if something crazy happens, but
This should be it. Another 4-gen full wipe. Just like the very first Oni game. It's gonna be ball in Illusion's court. Wherever they put up the killer, it's going to need to expedite this process. Meanwhile,
yes, this is well done by the side of JJ. Again, this game maybe started a little bit shaky, but obviously we were able to recover it pretty well. We got a good first down on Nikki, but they were able to trade Nikki for quite a lot of gen progress. But at the end of the day, when you have a player on the same hill hook, actually, it was the same one that ended up getting abused here at the ending of the game. There's just such a free 3-gen to hold next to it, and while the survivors can recover and do a lot of gens on the far side, the 3-gen, there's just nothing in the world that can touch it. So it is going to be a nice hold here. JJ able to get the 4K with only 4 gens completed, so some nice points on their end. JJ will get the full 12 points he can. The survivors, again, it could be worse. They get 4 gens done, but they're gonna need a very strong game by their killer.
oh yeah. Now, and again, hopefully this disconnects this time, but this is the second time we've seen this 4 generator goal. If we can clear all 5, we are good to go. And now, again, as we just saw, Artist is a terrific map control killer. When played properly, it is not only, she might not be able to entirely stop you from doing everything, but she can make so many parts of it so painful that it becomes incredibly difficult to actually make any progress. And that's what we're gonna have to see again here from Illusion's killer. They've got a threshold. They've got a line that they cannot let Exile cross. The only question is if Exile has the speed to make that distance, which it's doable. It's just gonna be a bit difficult.
And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it is going to go here. Again, shouldn't be too long, as we already know the players playing in our next game should have the builds all balanced out. But while we make sure to get the lobby ready, we're going to send things back to a quick break. Shouldn't, again, be all that long before we're back here in our grand finals. Round 1, second half should be coming up soon.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty, we are back getting ready to go in our first round's second half here in our grand finals here. Getting things ready to roll. We'll have to wait and see exactly how things are going to fall. We saw a 4K1 in that last game by JJ Paw on the Artist. We'll have to wait and see how things go on the other foot here. Again, it's not a bad result. We're able to hold that 3-gen. We're able to get all of our kill points, but at the end of the day, we'll have to see how it goes on the other side of the matchup to see who's going to take this first round.
Yeah, it's just like I said, we know where we need to go. We've got the goal in mind. If you're on Exile, you know how you have to play this. That is as honestly aggressively as possible. You're gonna want to get on these gens, stick them as much as you can, just burn through that progress. Oh my god, triple bird stack is going to nail Isan. That's a beautiful injury from Nikki. That's the exact type of thing that we need to see from Nikki. We did see a very early first down on the other side. Whoa, we got body blocks. It's gonna get Isan out of there, but you know what that means? It means that 2 players are currently not progressing those generators.
Yeah, they're going for a very aggressive style to try and keep their team on their feet. As again, interesting build here. Some interesting variation from some of the other perks that we've seen. Ruin going to be online here. I don't believe we've seen a hex perk yet today, so interesting to see it brought in here. Again, don't hate it, right? On Artist, a character who can definitely do a decent bit of stalling. You have to get off the gen, so Ruin not bad as we go for a very greedy swing through the window there. Not going to connect onto Dagger Ortiz. We'll set some birds up here as again we have another player in the area. Isan and Dagger trying to hold on. I'm not too sure exactly if one of these players are trying to go down before the other. Maybe I know we saw Deliverance earlier. I'm not too sure exactly what the Survivor builds fully look like right now. So whether we're seeing something of that nature or not, we'll have to wait and see. Do have a Dagger going on. Tenacity, Iron Will, interesting. Doesn't look like we're protecting Isan for anything like a Deliverance, but we'll see some of the other builds here. Balance Landing, Deja Vu, as well as a trap on the side of Zuzu. As we'll head back over to the Artist POV to continue this chase on Zuzu. Last time we saw the Exile Survivors, it was this one here, this Mia who was tunneled out. As we get the quick vault over the Shack pallet, will get hit on it unfortunately for Zuzu, but still able to stabilize here. Dagger will get rescued. The chase on Zuzu is going to get canceled as we're heading straight back over to the hook. We find Yorichi here, but this isn't really going to be the ideal person to hunt down, as again, the one healthy player. They obviously aren't the one with the hook against them. So, going to be a bit unfortunate, but if we can get a quick down here, then the Survivors are in a really rough spot.
Yeah, and oh man, if that Fanatophobia was equipped, we got an entirely bleeding lobby. Lock on. Ooh, gets the down on Yorichi. Look at that. 2 hooks in the first generator isn't even complete yet. This is honestly a very strong start for Nikki. Gonna get that basement hook.
And that will be the hook there on Yorichi. Dagger and Zuzu are going to get that reset together to get healed back up. Zuzu tapping a gen here, reduces that Grim Embrace proc though, so going to block away those gens for a little bit of time here in the interim after the second hook. As it will have the gens open back up. Again, no eruption on this Artist compared to a perk we've seen in almost every game of Killer so far. But again, I don't hate it here, right? We aren't really necessarily greeting for that 3-gen, so eruption not necessarily as strong as it could be because we can't go to a 3-gen or we are going to be in a rough spot to win this round. But for the moment, Zuzu's going to get tagged by a bird, then tagged by an M1, so is going to be in a pretty dangerous spot here continuing this chase. Gets rid of the current bird, gets tagged by the next, as we'll see Zuzu again trying to get this bird off. As it will be the rescue on Yorichi in basement. We had decided against camping it aggressively, so we will be able to turn on. Zuzu is going to get down here. It'll be the first hook on the 3rd player here, but not focusing on one person could potentially become a bit of a rough spot. as we are going to get the reset here with Yorichi and Isan going to heal each other. Zuzu, of course, being carried right now, and Dagger healthy right now. Should either be going for the rescue or working on gens. We'll wait and see as Nikki does find their third kill, picks up the third point here.
Yeah, not going for any kind of tunnel is a bit awkward, but it really does seem like Nikki's just playing around her perks here. Both Grim Embrace and Pain Res really rewarding her for kind of spreading the love. Once she gets that Grim Embrace proc on Isan, then every generator is going to be blocked for around 40 seconds, which is going to give her plenty of time to hunt the members of Exile down. Try and get more on the board. Embrace does end.
Yeah, we'll have Isan on a gen, tapping it for the moment here, making sure to dodge birds. Dagger in the back corner as well, going to be slowly working on his own gen. Yorichi definitely going to be expected to maybe go for a save, but we do see a quick rotation here. Saw some of the survivors swapping spots there moments ago, but we'll wait and see exactly what the idea here is in terms of what they want to do regarding Zuzu here. If they want to try and go for the pre-half rescue, could obviously be nice and buy them some time, as we do see Yorichi moving over for the unhook, but is going to get spotted out by the artist, so is going to back away. Zuzu tags on to second half, and again, at this point, you just bought another 45 seconds that you're happy to not unhook here, as long as you don't get punished on a camp to finish the 0. So we'll see Yorichi get tagged with an M1 here, trying to back away to a safe spot. We'll see the return towards the hook here, but is still shadowing this chase as long as they can on this artist here. We know the 2 gens being worked on primarily by Dagger and Isan, but at this point, we do have to start worrying about Zuzu. So Dagger did come over here, is going to get this rescue, will get tagged here, as it will be the M1 on to the David. Zuzu, though, dead on hook, certainly is expected to become the prime chase target. The only healthy player is the one on one of these 90% gens, so not necessarily something we can afford to give up on. So Zuzu might just be left on their own. Stall as much time as you can for the benefit of your team, but unfortunately those artists, oh, balanced landing, actually, never mind, not unfortunate at all. But then we walk into the bird, nice aim there by Nikki, and that is going to be Zuzu's death here. That'll be their final hook, as it'll be the 5th point picked up for Nikki here with 2 gens completed.
Looks like Exile did manage to spot that Hex Ruin. That's another source of just constant regression off the board. That's 2 survivors tagged. Oh my god! Yorichi's down, Dagger's hurt. Wait a second. With just that bird strike, his entire game has changed a bit. It's slow from the bird swarm. Gonna let Dagger close the gap, and now Isan currently hiding out as long as he doesn't get spotted. So looking okay. Nikki doesn't know. No, Nikki's still clearing the generators. Gonna see that res. Gonna have to push back, looking for the pickup. Doesn't want to lose anything else.
Trying to get a little bit of tenacity value there with that extra crawling speed, but not really able to get anywhere too meaningful, as we do see ourselves running over towards this Pain Res. Should try and get the prop here. Again, we'll get that hook ran down. Not actually a Pain Res stack, missing it on somebody else, presumably Yorichi, but for the moment, trying to find the reset here. We're going to hit this close at gen. No reason not to. Has a little bit of progress on it, so we'll try and send it back towards the big 0. But for the moment here, again, survivors need to get another gen. The tiebreaker math, that's a problem for later. You can worry about fresh hooks later, but right now, we'll see it. Yorichi going to get thrown up as for it. Trying to just worry of the 2 players hiding here. You can see here on the David POV exactly where both of them are in relation to everything going on. So keep it. We'll find one here. Another bird towards Shack. Again, every time this bird hits the Shack player, they just quick vault in and out of a locker to get rid of the birds on them. As Renato going to try and fake that window for a swing. Isan will get tagged once here, but then goes for the unhook. Should get the unhook safely, but David not going to be able to move and body block in time.
And that's Isan down. Gonna scoop him right up. Gets that Pain Res, gets that final Grim Embrace. That's gonna be a good chunk of time where Exile is just not allowed to work on these generators. Did I thought I saw Dagger just like sneak directly past Nikki there for a second. He's keeping him on the back foot. Both currently off hook survivors injured. They're on a very, very volatile state. Need 2 generators. Right now, Nikki's just on the prowl.
Yeah, they're Grim Embrace, so they can't even be working on a gen right now. So we're just sending birds literally
Oh.
wherever, and we will find them here, trying to make sure we can get as much pressure.
Triple
Setting up a
shot.
triple bird, but we find it. We do find it on Yoriichi, and we get the celebratory swing. That's a big moment here.
Yeah.
We get the down. The
Oh.
game should end with this.
And that
They give
looks like
up
Dagger
here.
just giving
The
it.
question is exactly how many first hooks are we getting in this game? Zuzu was hooked 3 times. Isan hooked once. Yoriichi will be hooked twice. Dagger will be hooked a 3rd time here. So, of course, we'll make sure the tiebreaker math gets added up by our league officials and see exactly what the situation is going to be regarding. No, they didn't get 4 gens. Sorry, I'm
I was gonna
ahead of
say,
myself. They don't have the gen. This isn't a tiebreaker. My brain, for some reason, thought they got that extra gen, but no, this is just a clean illusion win here, as they got
That's
the extra
that-
gen done on the Survivor game.
That's that Grim Embrace value. That's Nikki's
Yeah.
insistence on like separating the hooks, really providing value. Isan was basically exiled from that entire process. Like, they couldn't risk giving themselves up as a kill to really get anything or make any safe plays. And by the time that they literally had to, because they were all that's left, that was enough to just break the camel's back. And Nikki played a beautiful game of Artist, putting Illusion in the lead 1-0. We're gonna move on to that Plague game in just a bit. And if Artist and Plague are honestly, like, they've got similar kind of, I wouldn't say completely similar, but they've got similar game plans and similar like skill sets. I think I really want to see Nikki play Plague after seeing that very strong Artist set.
And yeah, I'm definitely interested to see, again, I mentioned it earlier, maybe a bit of build diversity coming through, especially from that Artist there, with some interesting perks thrown in. Again, Grim Embrace, right? It's not like an unheard of perk by any means, just not something we've seen much of today, and some other perks obviously in that nature. Some of the things we saw in that Artist round. Definitely interested to see exactly what we're going to get once we move on to that Plague set, but for the moment here, round 1 officially in the books in the grand final, best of 3, so could potentially only have 2 more Dead by Daylight games left in our event. 100 euros on the line for the winner. We'll send things back over to a break, get round 2 ready to go. We'll be back eventually. Alrighty, we are back and ready to roll here for some Plague gameplay here. Trying to make sure everybody catches whatever sickness she is infected with here. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. Round 1, we saw some birds. Round 2, will see some puke. And again, if we make it to round 3, we'll see some blood. So for the moment here, nice 1-0 lead right now after some good artisty gameplay there by the side of Nikki, able to bring that one home for their team after a decent survivor game as well from the team. Ended up being a bit unfortunate at the ending of it, but able to get 4 gens done was just enough for them to be able to lock it away, as we'll roll right on into our finals here.
Here we go.
There we go. We'll roll into the second round of the grand finals here. Already a quick start. Must have missed out on the first maybe minute or two, but we have Thanatophobia, a very common plague perk here. It forces one of the survivors to give you that red puke, or else they suffer extreme disadvantages here. As we'll get David infected already. He's going to be broken. We do have Pain, Resurrection, and Corrupt as well on the build. Trying to fake David out, trying to make him drop this pallet. Some very aggressive lantern swinging here as the plague spinning rapidly in these 180 and 360s, but for the moment here, going to try and get Dagger on the swing. Bloodlust 2 should be enough to get it. Dagger goes down, and it will be the first hook pre-gen.
Yeah, just a super solid perk lineup. Corrupt Intervention from the Plague herself, buying her that time, so through that whole chase, wasn't losing any generator progress. Couple pallets down, got first hook on the board, got the Thanatophobia starting to roll. Now, let's see if she can spot anybody. Ooh, some sneaky stuff from Zuzu. He's gonna get caught. Keep an eye out, try and move to help Dagger. Vile Purge trying to snipe onto that gen, possible.
Yeah, some shakes. Just trying to get a single tag on Isan here. Zuzu does rescue, so Zuzu's going to tank the infection there, as we'll see the plague trying to catch Isan here. The pallet is infected, so we're happy to tank the stun or get a hit, because we have to drop the pallet and get infected here for the Renato. As it will see for the moment exactly what the game plan is. Goes for the M1, doesn't need to force the broken before we do it, as we'll see the gen hit Eruption readied. We could take one of these red pukes here, but not going to be in a rush to do so here, as again, cross map. We do have 2 Thanatophobia stacks at the moment. Zuzu will turn into a third. So now the biggest game plan they can have is keep Yoriichi uninfected as long as possible. It'll stop that Thanatophobia from maxing out and getting the extra bonuses, so we need to keep this Claudette hidden right now to try and keep our effective tempo up, as we're in the back corner of the map here looking for whoever this is, and this is going to be Yoriichi. Throws the pallet, gets the stun, but we go 6, so somebody is going to have to cleanse at some point for all too long here. 3 players officially broken by the puke. Yoriichi, it'll be a little bit before they actually fall into that full infection, but the Thanatophobia is a problem. You can't let it harass you the entire game, so I'd expect them to have to start giving this plague red puke at some point.
She has that corruption from the add-on, gonna guarantee at least one. Now, with that Vile Purge ready, Plague enters a very explosive scenario. Vile able to deal full-on damage. Ooh, trying to find a nasty hit on Isan. But already has another red fountain ready to go after this one. There's the hit.
Yeah.
Hiding that red stain. Another hook on the board. 1 gen finally finished. Honestly, 1 gen for 2 hooks at the start of the game, not bad at all. Especially with Thanatophobia raring to go.
And yeah, this is just such a healthy spot right now. Again, it's worth noting it add-on wise, of course you can't see on the UI, but we're running Devotee Amulet to increase the duration of a Vile Purge by 20 seconds, as well as the apple, of course, for that pool. So we'll see, trying to keep the tempo. Red Puke onto Zuzu, and again, if we're in chase right now, if we get that tag, that could have genuinely, the game could have just almost been over here. Zuzu is gonna get picked up and hooked here again. We only have 1 gen done. We are gonna get this a 3rd hook here, so starting to become again a continued problem. Again, Thanatophobia is gonna keep being a problem.
Look how
The longer
slow that
Thanatophobia is kept online, yeah, the longer Thana is kept online, the worse this game is going to get for the survivors. I know in many worlds you don't want to cleanse the Puke because Red Puke is strong. If Plague had Red Puke permanently, then you would genuinely just be the best character in the game by a maybe, okay, maybe not, but it would be an extremely strong character.
I
But
think having a death beam, all the projectile killers are pretty strong. Having a death beam would be pretty crazy.
Death Beam or Nurse.
Yeah, Nurse or Kamehameha. Another hook, another
one.
down, or another down, leading to another hook onto Dagger. And it looks like we're just trying to tank this Thanatophobia. A bold strategy, especially when we are gonna be approaching 4 hooks now. 1/3 of the way there to a full wipe, and we're still on 1 generator finished. All that slowdown just buys Nikki so much time. Puke makes it easier for her to find people. Everybody on Illusion or on Exile side is scrambling. Here we go, 2nd Vile Purge.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
again,
Shuffle
everything is 20% slower right now. Cleansing, repairing, and saboing, 20% slower right now because of these Thana stacks. They're almost.
Max range.
I'm shocked that those aren't committed, but will it be the temporary escape for this current one? I'm not going to get it again over the rock here. It's a nice surviving here. We're trying to get the tag over it again, trying to abuse some of those hitboxes to get the Puke over the wall. Should have it here. We just go for the M1. No reason to greed it, as again, if you get stunned, you can definitely get punished out, as we'll see for the moment. We get the hook here on Isan, who was pain rezzed on his first hook, so is of course just going to be thrown onto the closest one, not necessarily in a position where we need to put him on a specific angle, as again, these gens getting worked on here, but the progress is so slow. We're almost at 80% on the one I believe Zuzu was on hooks off here. Eruption getting held for the moment, as we are mind gaming on Shaq right now. I assume we're in a chase with somebody. Were we just mind gaming Shaq for fun? No, okay, here we go. We found the player. It's Zuzu. Red Puke gonna get thrown up amidst the trees, trying to catch him on at that step.
So nasty. Trying to play with him in the air. There's
Yeah.
the catch. Zuzu going up for their 2nd hook as well. Yoruichi might be avoided to keep this pain res off the stack, but look at that. 4 generators. It's either another pain res to remove even more progress, or somebody's dead. It's
Dying
such an
might be
awkward
good
spot.
at this point. You can't. You don't get Thana bonuses.
I was gonna say,
When somebody dies, Thana buffs go away.
um
Well, it goes from 20 to 6%, which is like acceptable.
right. There's this another down, and I wonder if we're just gonna slug. Yeah, we are. We're gonna leave Isan on the ground, and there's Yoruichi actually backing off of it.
Oh, found Dagger as well. We know where both players are. If we can get it down now, the game just ends because we know where the other player is.
I think right now Nikki's just focusing on zoning both of them, keeping him away
Again,
from the
wait and
hook
see for
target.
moments, like trying to find something. Yeah.
Zuzu's gonna die. Isan, it's a slower process, but is bleeding out. We're seeing finally somebody's
Cleansing.
biting the bullet.
Yeah, they just
There's
think
the
they have
play.
to get Zuzu. Probably correct. The problem, though, is that
Oh
we're
my
going to
God.
instantly get retagged, and we can't get through. So we give red. We're going to insta-claim the red after tagging Yoriichi. We're going to use the red here
Zuzu's
to try and
dead.
get a
Isan's
very,
still
very quick
down.
injure.
And now Nikki's
Yeah.
just gonna float
Zuzu
back
dead,
over to
so we're not really
Isan's
worried
body.
about the Thana as well.
Just tagging
Gem
every one
pack
of
as
these
well.
generators for eruption, trying to line it up. Isan's back on his feet, but now it's still 3 gens on the board. The thing about Plague, not only is she just so strong, she's such a morale killer. Like it's not only is it gross, but it's just so a good Plague is so like demoralizing to fight because you go up against so many hits that just feel wrong. It feels like nothing you do is right. It adds to the mental stack, which in a chase is already gonna get so high. It just is like so much to handle. Only 2 gens done. Isan's on the ground. Keep trying to snag that. No dice. That eruption gonna drain those gens even further. It looked like Yoriichi was trying to stick a gen. You can see the heal. Isan once again on his feet. Yoriichi 75% of that generator. Pairing the damage. And if they trying to ride out now that full Thanatophobia debuff is gone. Try to get as much progress.
They're
as
gonna get
possible.
this. At this point, honestly, the game plan is just to try and get another gen done. So I honestly feel like these 2 players here, Dagger and Isan, are just trying to deflect for Yoriichi's gen, able to get it now. And again, the goalpost has shifted. We got the 3rd gen done. Now, what do we need to do to get the 4th gen done? I don't think the game plan here is to try and get an escape, unless they're trying to maybe think of something for Hatch, which, like, good job, I suppose, if you can make that happen. But the game plan now, the goalpost was to get a 3rd gen done. They got a 3rd gen done. They're still on their feet. They just shift that goal a little bit further, right? They just need to get that next point, make it the game just a little bit easier for their killer to secure them the win once they swap over. As we'll see a very large swing. Yoriichi gonna get down. That's a pain res stack again. And honestly, this gen is getting close to popping. If we're able to get that pain res quick, it would be nice. But instead, we are just gonna come directly stop it from popping by entering the area. As again, it is Yoriichi slugged right now. Isan in chase now as Dagger trying to back away. Gonna go for 1 flick, 2 flick, trying to get the mind game, trying to hide the stain or force the drop. There's the drop. Now we're gonna try and win the 50-50 here, as we are just gonna commit actually instead. Break the pallet, commit them into this next pallet here, try and burn these resources, buy these gens, make it just that much harder to keep playing. Gonna move back over to control the map.
It's constantly having everybody trapped on that injured state. Such an awkward position to be in. Eruption stacked on these gens. Such an easy 1-2 to keep everybody on the back foot. Third pop, another tag, and it looks like we're finally going to be going for that pain res hook. Oh no, we're just going for a
No.
normal hook for Yoriichi. Maybe consideration, but with the player without death hook on hook, it makes every play that Dagger and Isan go for very committal. They need to balance the fact that if they mess it up, they're just out. Isan trying to stick that gen up to Dagger. The Yoriichi does have plenty of time. Ooh, but Nikki finds Dagger. Go for some mind game with Red Stain.
Yeah, really be a big fan of these very, very long stain fakes. We've seen it on Shaq now, I think 4 or 5 times, where we just look one way, stand still for several seconds, and try and make the other player scared of your positioning and walk into you. We might see it again here, as we are going to commit in. We're just going to actually chase it here, hiding staying as much as we can, but these gens are starting to get worked. If Dagger has a really good kite here, this could become problematic here. We are going to be able to cancel this first one here with Yorichi in the area. Isan, though, 2/3 progress on that gen, just a little bit away here. This gen right here, unlikely to pop because of its proximity to where we've been chasing, but we are able to back away. Here, pallet swing, not going to drop it in time. Yorichi goes down as Isan is going to be in potentially a bit of a danger. 2/3 on the gen. Do we have a pain res hook? No, we don't. Let me go back to this corner here. Get the hook. Isan's gen, 75% now. Dagger as well. If they commit to this gen on the Renato, no, we pop it behind. We get our 4th gen done this game, and we have a gen at 70% here. Everybody dead on hook for what it's worth now, as Yorichi will get rescued, but it feels like this Plague has let a lot of extra gens go. We wait for the eruption timer to run out. We will tag it down here, but again, it does not feel like we had to lose 4 gens this game, but some really good macro management by the Survivor team has allowed them to get a 4th gen, and truthfully, while it's not guaranteed by any metric, they're definitely in a position where they could get that 5th gen. Yorichi, though, is going to go down for the 3rd straight time, likely just to get escorted out of the trial at this point, which would likely mean the end of that 5th gen dream, but at the very least, we're getting a decent amount of points back here for the Exile Survivors, able to get that 4th survivor point for the Generators. We're now 10 points in for the killer, likely to see the other 2 for these final 2 kills, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens here.
Just keeping that final, almost finished gen under lock and key. Nikki just needs to get one good chase in with Dagger and Isan. For what it's worth, Dagger's been playing these shack chases beautifully, and is really focused on just sticking to that location. Hopefully... Oh, just gonna hop on a gen for something to do. Wonder if the game plan here is to let Isan go down and then try and go for the hatch, honestly, for some kind of escape bonus.
Yeah, I don't hate the current idea that the Survivors are running with. They obviously still have this gen right here on the screen at 50%, but they need something else to force the Plague to leave that location, which is what David's trying to do. He's proven himself very capable of looping this shack, and so if the Plague wants to commit to Dagger, we're threatening losing that gen to Isan. As again, we see another one of these extremely long stain fakes. Is a nice read by David, able to prevent it. As we get back on over, we're gonna come check Isan. He departs from the loop very early here to try and get back into this far side of the map. As again, David now should be heading back over to that gen he was working on just a little bit earlier here. As we'll see it for the moment, the Plague heading back into this corner. So David has relocated himself over towards Shack. We'll see the Plague disappear. He'll get back on his gen. Isan is in chase. If he goes down here, this could be problematic. I'm not sure if he's actually being chased. Going for another long stain fake here. He's not necessarily as safe as he would like to be. Window vault comes through. Isan trying to get back over. Another long fake here. We are going to commit to it. We get stuck on the box, and this could be it for him. He's going to fake the window, but we do get connected on it, so that should be the 4K at this point. We get the kill, the down. Should be good for the slug at this point. I suppose the notable thing is if we can kite for almost, I think, a minute and a half for the side of Dagger, that we would be able to try and force this hatch, but again, it's a very tough position to be in for Dagger.
Oh yeah. Oh, trying to close some distance to that lunge. Oh no, that will do it. A hard fought round, game 1 to our round 2. 4 generators finished and a wipe. Same situation. Honestly, same situation as last game, but this time we're swapping sides. It is now Illusion's turn. They need to, and we're even getting more. Illusion needs to manage 5 entire generators. Get those doors ready to go. They don't need to leave, but they just need to get them on deck in order to take game 2 and move us on to game 3. Because remember, Illusions are up 1. If this, then it's over.
And yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit concerning here. A lot of stress on this Survivor team. Again, this is the type of match that you have to show up and perform, right? As for Illusion, Killer able to do a great job there. I suppose we'll see them again, of course, in that next bout, but we'll have to hold on for that front as, again, we are going to be working on it here in our tournament. What do you think we're going to see here in terms of our build? We've obviously seen a pretty interesting build. It did quite well. Maybe had a bit of blundering towards the end of the game. Again, I don't think that those last few gens needed to get popped. I feel like there could have been some play around them, but at the end of the day, the result is the result here as we get ready for our second half. But what do you think? Anything spicy coming up?
Honestly, now that it's once again the situation where you know how many gens you need to cover and you know what you have to do, I wonder if we're gonna see Exile kind of mirror Illusion's build in game 2 of round 1, where like we just go full like gen slowdown, like Grim Embrace, Corrupt Intervention. Obviously, we're gonna see Corrupt Intervention, but like Thrilling Embrace. Grim Embrace. Give me a Thrilling Tremors. Like, give me a Deadlock. Let me or a Gearhead. Give me a full like no working. Nobody's allowed to do anything on him. I don't expect that. But I think we are going to see a bit more of a lean towards just keeping the surviving team off of the generators as long as possible to buy as much time as possible to just get everyone picked off, you know?
And yeah, I'm definitely curious to see exactly what we'll see. Hopefully the players should be getting relatively ready to go. For the moment, though, we'll send things back over to a very, very short break here in the Lost Paradise Grand Finals. Halfway through what could potentially be our max BO3 length, could potentially see one more half or 3. We'll send things back to a break. 100 euros on the line. Technically match point coming up in this next game. We'll send things to a break. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what could be our final game of the night. Illusion are currently up 1-0 over Exile. Exile, the ball is in their court. Their killer, probably JJ Dot, needs to stop Illusion from hitting 5 generators. If 5 generators are completed, it is game over. But Exile managed to stack those bodies before that point. We're going to be moving on to our game 3. Just off what you've seen, Colonel, what do you expect? Oh, yeah, there's no time to think about it. No time to talk. Get straight to it.
Yeah, wow. We get into it with the cinematic entrance as we're breaking through the walls here. So we'll get into it here. Eruption, Corrupt, Thana, Pain Res, not too surprising. Again, obviously, we see a lot of these same perks, and Thanata is just such a strong perk. We saw how impressive it was. Again, I feel like you have to be cleansing 1. You hate to give the red, but 20% slowdown. I suppose technically only 14% comes from the last one, but 16%, I feel like we just can't be trading out there. I feel like we have to give the red. Put it in a weak spot, sure. Go cross map from where the killer wants to be, sure. But the best thing you can do is to never get red in the first place. We'll see how well they can do. Stealth is very good. Staying hidden is very good. Not getting sick is fantastic, as we'll see it for the moment here. Fixated, trying to get a little bit of value. Goes for the quick stun here. I think maybe they thought they were getting pressured for Romeo, but will be the very aggro play here for the Plague, as we are going to continue. Just going to be the, not M1, we're actually going to go for the Infection here, as we're trying to get them full puke. We would love to get the full puke, then the swing. We do get them on this weak pallet, and they don't drop the pallet. They think he's gonna go around, so Romeo does get taken out here. Well done. And for now, we will go and trying to get this hook. We'll see exactly where we want to go. It's just gonna be back to this corner. Not a pain res. We should, by all accounts, I would expect, make this. I don't think that will matter. Look at this player though, hidden in the back corner. We have no idea the survivor is here for the Plague, so it's a nice hiding spot. Obviously, again, it sucks that you have to get sick to get the rescue, but Aiden gonna be back in this corner on the Dwight, just waiting a little bit to make sure the coast is clear.
Definitely, and I almost wonder, yeah, Thanatophobia sucks, and giving, or the Thanatophobia is awful, and giving the Plague the red sucks, but at a certain point you have to wonder, like, when does it just become more value to clean and get rid of the effect? But oh no, catching Romeo like this already, pretty awkward for Illusion. You know, playing Styles pretty well. Look at that. 2 generators already almost finished. Making some good time. Romeo's buying as much time as possible. No, playing it nice.
Ramon is able to get a nice fake here on the pallet. Already started moving around. We're gonna have to drop it pretty soon because we need to force the break at this point. Bloodlust is starting to stack up. You can just tell how much quicker they're getting. Body block comes through. The question is, what are we gonna do here? I feel like we should be tagging them with puke one way or another. Even just a fragment. The body block almost stalls them for quite a bit. Able to cover it before it gets horrible, as we are going for some quick flicks here, trying to get it. The body block comes around. Still Bloodlust 3 right now, goes for the very big swing, but Nikki blocks it, drops the pallet again. I feel like there's no point not tagging Nikki with the slightest bit of puke. It doesn't slow you down that much, but we're super tunnel visioned on getting this Romeo chase. Trying to get behind here, gonna get behind again. Indeed, Romeo trying to stay looped around here. It's gonna be running around.
Almost
getting worked on. It's gonna be another body block for Nikki. Bloodlust is gone.
Nikki's infected, but look at that. Such fantastic play from Illusion. Altruism working out. That's 3 generators done already. Dictator is completely unharmed. Aiden sticking a 4th. Dictator working on his own. Already almost 50% of the way there. Oh my god. JJ Dot got so tunnel visioned on taking out Romeo. Is still dealing with Romeo. And Romeo, even though...
No, he's not dead on hook. He's not even dead.
No, this isn't even for a kill.
Yeah, he gets caught here, but he's not dead yet. And again, important reminder, if you haven't been paying attention to the score, if Illusion finish the 5th gen, the game is over. They win the tournament. They win the 100 euros. And they are the champions of the Lost Fog. The Lost Paradise.
Are going to lose some of it because of that some of that pain res, but 50% on one gen, 60% on another. Now Nikki, by time, gonna run over, immediately unhook Romeo. Everybody's back in the game. Dictator playing it smart, not puking, not giving off any noise. Just gonna head straight back to that gen. It's definitely filthy, but at a it's not even infected.
We didn't tag it with puke. I think Plague ended up taking their red puke off of the one fountain they had. I could be wrong, of course, but
that could
regardless,
be...
I feel like we still need to be trying to tag it before.
I wonder if JJ Dot's a little in his own head at this point, you know?
Yeah,
like this is definitely frustrating. Okay, it is the red card. Oh, ooh, nice hit on to Aiden. That's gonna be a very nice proc.
This is far gen though. It's 70%. Again, there's three Thanos stacks, sure, but that's only 6% speed reduction, and it's the point I've brought up a few times now, right? Keeping one person uninfected at max value, Thanatophobia slows you by 20% repair progress, but if you can keep one person healthy, then it only slows by 6%. That one person is worth 14%, which is why I think in many cases the one person should be cleansing, but regardless, Dictator doesn't even have to cleanse because he's just done a great job stealthing and forcing value with his team over the course of this game. Now, War Gen's done. Yeah, he's hiding. He has no reason not to.
Dictator's playing Metal Gear right now. Meanwhile,
and his team are just doubling his gen because they know if this gen pops, they win. They can go AFK if they pop this gen, and they will win the tournament. So they have no problem splitting pressure. Their two weakest players currently are going to be over on this gen, including the dead on hook Romeo. Dictator doesn't even need to go for the rescue because it would make him puke. But regardless, Aiden has plenty of time. He can sit in basement if he's needed. They are going to have Dictator rescue, so they are going to get that puke onto him. But again, go somewhere weak and cleanse. Don't even technically have to, as we are going to get the red puke here. Doesn't tag Dictator. That Thana not turned on quite yet. Again, the Thana only active when he becomes injured, which will happen guaranteed now. So again, is able to walk away. Aiden going to become the new target here for the moment, but it's starting to become very, very dangerous here. Aiden is going to get downed. Nikki and Romeo back on their gen. Pain res potentially here as well,
that
but
Generator,
Dictator
though,
still healthy, so we're still decoding at full value. Wait, did Aiden get... Wait, we can't pain res, right? This corner doesn't have a pain res. We saw that at the start of the game. They're just going to commit for this gen. The game's over. The game's over. They're just, they have it. Yep, that's it.
Game. We're still going to play it out, I think. But just point-wise, no matter how many kills JJ Dot manages to put on the board, that is more generators finished for Exile. They've still got 4 up. They could absolutely... Yeah, look at that. We're gone, dude. The game is out of here. All it takes is one escape to really solidify that there is no evening this up. But nah, we're altruists. We're heroes. Everybody played so well together. You don't leave a man behind. Gotta get Nikki out of here. Time for the Corrupt. Gonna try and go for a big moment here.
Yeah, we're just trying to get whatever shred we can here. Sickness being cleansed as we'll hold for the moment here. We're trying to find a Dictator, the linchpin who is able to keep this team pumping forward on the generator
Snake over
again.
here.
Maybe didn't even do that much gen progress himself, but functionally, the progress that he impacted is so heavy. Romeo coming to pressure in. They get the stun. Now we're going to have the body blocks come through, and we're looking at a perfect game here from the survivors to win the tournament. Again, maybe a little bit of a collapse on one end because we are trying to play so aggressive, but we'll get it. Dictator is going to get full infected here. They're having a good time with it. Again, they already know exactly what the result of this series is about to be, so we're going to hold on here, seeing what they can do. Again, it's not like one escape does them anything at this point. They're trying to get all 4, I'd imagine, at this point for fun, messing around with it a bit. We're going to commit heavily onto Romeo. Swing not going to connect all the way. We're going to commit deep into the corner.
Committing to Romeo.
Trying to hold on. Claudette drops it. 50-50 Romeo trying to play in this area. I can't imagine we have a consistent way to get out. Aiden in the area is going to be able to dodge under the puke. It's not red though, not going to get injured regardless, as we're just having a good time with it. If Romeo can get lost, they can try and rotate around, but we will miss another swing. Gonna commit into it. Again, we're not in a position where it matters. Yeah, at this point, they almost have to leave so he can try and pray for a hatch, but there we go. Walk into the killer here, and then surely we'll see the other 3 survivors just leave
Yeah,
at
there
this
they
point.
go.
There goes Aiden, there goes the Dictator. We'll see if Nikki, presumably just gonna walk through the killer, trying to body block them into the map, keep that Vile Perch stacking up for the moment. Could be in a bit of danger here, but very likely that we will just be able to get the escape here. Maybe a bit too much puke charged up on that. It'll be a 3 escape. Romeo will disconnect, and that will be it. Illusion get almost a perfect game to close the grand finals, and that will be it. As again, congratulations to them.
Yeah, that was, oh my gosh, a warning for how bad tunnel vision can really screw you in the end. Getting Romeo early there, it looked really, really good for JJ at the start, but just refusing to interact with Nikki was just the doom spiral. It gave so much time for Aiden and Dictator Spyro to really just play generators, play time, and yeah, no, huge shout out to Spyro for playing that like a monster, just completely untouchable until the very, very tail end of the game, where at that point it did not matter. The deed was already done, the damage was already applied, and just like that, Illusion are going to take it with a clean 2-0.
And yeah, we'll hold on for the moment here. As again, it is well done on their front. They're able to take it in the clean sweep. Would have liked to maybe see a little bit more Oni gameplay after the unfortunate Oni games that we saw earlier, but wasn't in the cards because it is going to be the clean take here. Again, well played to them on that front, but they are able to walk away with it here in the Championship League. EU lost to Paradise Tournament, €100 to the champions, no split, so they will walk away with that entire prize pool again. But for us here at both Cracked Media and Championship Leagues, we thank you as much as we possibly can for joining us here for today's Dead by Daylight tournament. Again, be sure to check out all related socials to keep eyes out on any future tournaments. Championship Leagues host plenty of tournaments. Dead by Daylight ones included all throughout the year. Crack Media Company hosts a lot of Invincible and fighting game tournaments, as well as some other various things over on the official Cracked Media channels. Anyways, though, I've been Colonel. That's been a blast, and we've been here with Aggressive on the production end throughout your day. Thank you again, everybody, for joining. Congrats again to our champions, walking away with the prizes in a very clean best of 3. Definitely, again, keep an eye out for any updates on any future tournaments. We thank you all for joining and hope to see you again next time.